Welcome to the future of esports, where every player has a shot, every squad can rise. This is Ladoma. Join free-for-all esports tournaments. No entry fees, no limits, just pure competition. Whether you're a solo warrior or a full squad, we've got a space for you. And it's not just for bragging rights. We're talking huge prize pools every month. Win big, get recognized, level up your game. Be part of the fastest growing esports movement built by gamers, powered by passion. This is more than a game. It's your moment. Are you ready to rise with Ladoma? Visit platform.ladoma.com and join the battlefield.
Welcome, hello, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to another day, a new start, the very grand final day start of the Ladoma Asia Showdown Season number 3. The all 4 days of action that we have witnessed so far, it is just for this stage, the grand finals, where now the rest of the 18 qualified teams will be going head-to-head against each other for that grand finalist prize pool and that bragging right of being the champions of the season number 3 of Ladoma Asia Showdown. But with you guys today on the desk, it's me, Torix, and with me once again for the grand finals as well, it is DK. DK, welcome back. And throughout the journey, it has been a great journey with you as well.
Yeah, it's been quite exciting to share this event with you, Torix, and of course looking at the amazing gameplay that we've been having with our teams here. I think today is going to be quite a good day because it's the grand finals. As you've said, we've been waiting for this day to arrive to see who our 18 teams will be that are going to be competing for that overall prize pool, which we'll take a look at in a short few moments. But as you can see, we are going to be playing through 3 days. Of course, we are starting today right here with the first day and then following through to the very, very end. But now, this is where I wonder how much of a change we are going to be looking to experience with these teams, though, right? Because even the transition coming from the playoffs into the last chance, already quite a bit of a shift that we've had with those participating teams. And I think they are going to look to take it even further, looking to just push this point system to its absolute limit.
I mean, that is the thing that they have to do. They actually played the first 3 days, even the last chance, some of them, for just this platform, for this grand final stage. And performing here is the main key. Yeah, you have made your mistakes. You have made some of the moves that you shouldn't have. But now there's even more seriousness to this situation that you have to not make any kind of wrong moves. Yes, you have 3 days. You have 18 matches of action throughout the whole journey that you're going to do. But 18 matches means it goes both ways. You can make the mistakes, but at the same time, there's so much to be played on by the teams for all of these names that even if you're not doing great on day number 1, day number 2, or you're doing great on day number 1, day number 2, you might not do great or do great on the day number 3. But the prize pool distribution that we have been talking about throughout the whole journey, it is the $1,500. The champions get 700. Runner-up gets half of that. That is 350. Third place gets 250. Fourth gets 100. Fifth with the $50. And most valuable player, the single individual guy, the person who's going to have the most elimination, the most survival time, and the most damage is going to receive that $50 individually.
Yeah, it's going to be the GOAT with the most, right? That is who we're going to look to see who will be getting that MVP reward. But yeah, definitely something to play for. $700 could definitely fill up the bank quite nicely. So that is going to be an interesting one to see just who will be the one to claim that champions slot. Of course, we've got 18 contenders, and it could be any one of them. And of course, in case you were curious as to who it will be, here we have it. It is going to be Alpha 7, DRS, Bigetron by Vitality, Team Secret, Alter Ego, Champions Esports, HORAA Esports, as well as RRQ Ryu. We got Sem9, DRX, Vampire Esports, Boom Esports, TALON, Tribe AEROMACY, A1 Esports, YANGON, Galacticos, EARENA, and then of course VOIN Donkey.
But I'm seeing Champions Esports, even though they were on the hashtag number 10. And let me tell you guys, ASI backed off from their grand final slot. And because of that, the next contender onto the overall ranking was the Champion Esports on the hashtag number 10. And that's why they're here into the grand finals playing it up. The rosters going over. We have seen these names for the last chance survival, the playoffs, and now for the grand finals as well. Mafioso, Carrillo, Rebel, Squashbu, Kuna. All of these names, we're all familiar with this. The DRS, BIGETRON by Vitality, Team Secret. But my main concern for today, starting today, is for all of these teams on, in fact, how, DK, how they're going to be able to get their momentum up. Yeah, they have been playing for the past couple of days. The momentum should be set, but it's the grand finals. They have to reset their formation from the very get-go, from the 0 points that they are going to start on. And everyone now knows exactly what other team is actually capable of. They have tested the water. They know. So my main concerning fact is, are they actually going to go complete haywire like we saw in the last chance survival? Or we're going to see that complete safe side game style throughout these 3 days like we saw into the playoffs?
I mean, it could be an interesting one to have that answered, because if we look at what we had going back to our first day of play in the playoffs, BIGETRON as well as HORAA played a very strong day number one. You can add Alter Ego to that as well. So there is already quite a bit of a statement that has been made as our squads kind of stepped out onto the battlefield just for this first few times, right? Of course, and then we look over towards our second day. That is where we had Tribe AEROMACY also really rising up to the occasion. Vampire Esports right there alongside them. And then, of course, RRQ also just absolutely going crazy. But it was their last day of play. So I think YANGON Galacticos could definitely look to come in with quite a bit of a statement here today, because remember, on their first day of play, they made it all the way into the top 6, finishing in 5th place with 61 points. So they've shown that, you know, should they decide, they could really just let it loose, come through with a double winner chicken dinner, and just, you know, light this lobby ablaze. So I think there's going to be a lot to be discovered here today as to exactly what the team's mentality is, what approach they're going to be looking to take here, and how much of that aggression they'll be looking to bring on through. Of course, in day 1, 2, and 3, we did have a few of the matches that went by extremely quickly. In fact, one of the matches, I think the last one on day 3, we had 3 players by phase 3. I said that before, and I'll keep on saying it because that's absolutely insane. 3 players by the 3rd stage just shows you what these teams are capable of. So I want to see how that is going to maybe translate into today's action, right? Could we see a bit of that continuous coming through, or is there going to be an entirely different shift? Because as we know, the finals themselves is always different to what we see in the playoffs and what we see in those last chance qualifiers.
I mean, yes, the play styles, it's completely different on both of those stages. But there is one also more factor that we do have to take into the consideration amongst all of these teams, is that the top 9s from the playoffs, they had a very, I'd say, quite a day yesterday. They were not playing. They have not been playing these games whatsoever. So only the last chance qualifiers, they're going to be playing continuously throughout the whole scenario of this games. But yes, the top 9s that did manage to secure the playoff sections that got onto the top 9, they had a free day, meaning some of the momentum should have been broken, but going into the match schedule, it is the 2, 3 Miramars, 3 Erangels. Once again, the same map rotation that we saw into the last chances. Now they're going to have it multiplied it by 3 for the next 3 days, meaning 18 total matches in which there's going to be 9 Erangels and 9 Miramars whatsoever. But starting with the Miramar, the first match being the first match, it's definitely going to change a slight bit of momentum for some of the teams, as we did talk about into even the last chance survival, that yes, some of the teams do play good on the Miramar, but Erangel is one of those matches where everyone knows what's going on, how they want to play it off, where the circle might actually take the hard shift as well. And on top of those, the locations, that is into the safe side as well.
Yeah, so there's going to be quite a bit to be discovered here, as you've said already. Um, it's an even split, right? The same amount of Erangels as there is with regards to those Miramars. So, yeah, if a team favors either of those two maps, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for them to really bring in those points to go farming, I'd say. So I want to see just where these scores are going to be ending after our first day. Are we going to see another 61 points getting secured, or will they look to push that even further, right? I mean, it could go either which way, but I think an interesting thing to look at potentially here is that if we have a similar approach from a lot of the teams, we're not necessarily going to be seeing one squad absolutely running away with regards to points, right? It's going to be a very balanced distribution with regards to the overall points then.
I mean, it all depends on the mentality at this point for the teams. How many points that they can secure into the first match, first and foremost, that's going to determine the rest of the day action for them. They're not playing good, they have to go for the aggressive approach. They're playing good, they can keep continuing the same approach that they did in that particular match to get those points for themselves. So with this, I'm really excited to actually see the first plane, in fact, to know where the teams are actually going and how many of those early clashes are we going to face. These are the names that do love the early clashes. We know because every time, every single stage, the playoffs last match, the final stage last match, last chance survival last match, everybody was going completely haywire. We have seen these teams end the match within 15-18 minutes of the game, but at the same time, if they want to, if they do like it, they play it up until the 30th minute.
Yeah, we actually saw that come through yesterday, right? One or two of the games yesterday went all the way through to stage number 9, the final phase. So I'm curious whether or not the approach is going to lean a little bit more to that late game finish or the late day finish, right? Or are they going to go like, you know what, it's fine. We're going to start it off day 1. This is the opportunity for us now to lay our fundamentals, to get the points secured, to ensure that we don't have to worry too much about day number 2. So let's go a little bit crazy. Let's see how many points we can get in. Maybe we can get all of them. And so far, the highest elimination or the highest winner chicken dinner that we've seen was with 17. 17 eliminations in one match. Not necessarily with a winner chicken dinner, but we did see 17 eliminations in one match. So I'm curious as to whether or not these teams are going to try and maybe hit a 20 bomb, right? 20 eliminations. It's not impossible. Looking at the caliber of these squads, I can definitely see one of them. I don't know which one, but I'm sure one out of the 18 is going to decide to at some point pull off an insane maneuver like that. So yeah, even just yesterday or the day before, we got all the way up to 15 eliminations for a winner chicken dinner. And that, of course, was done by Vampires and a few other squads as well. So numerous teams have stepped up to the plate, step up to the challenge. I mean, we've seen YANGON Galacticos come through with a 13 elimination winner chicken dinner. TALON came through with 9. We had so many impressive performances across the board. So I think there's going to be, or there will be rather, a lot of opportunities for these teams to come in and try and see just how much they can challenge those scores.
Yeah, that's the thing. EARENA was the team in yesterday's matches that did got this, those 17 eliminations that were kind of on the elimination hungry side. But at the same time, yes, I do agree with you. There should be some teams. There should be at least 1 or 2 team that will try to go for that 20 elimination marker. And on top of that, imagine a winner chicken dinner. That's 30 points. That's almost all the points that the lobby can accumulate. And you're just getting that in a single match, in a single game. It's going to give you so much of a momentum on top of that. But for that, you have to play it on the edge. The teams will have to play it on the edge. It's going to be a double-edged sword. You're getting those eliminations. You have to know that you can also get eliminated from that point onward. You are making sure that how hard you're hitting, you're also going to get hit that hard on top of that. So it's just about the mentality at this point and the gun blazing, how well you can control your gun, the new AK Akaban, the M416, because I've seen players actually switch from the M4 throughout this journey to the AKM Akaban for some reason. And in just my opinion, I think that might be because of the spray control that this new gun has. It's kind of like GS9, the 9mm Rondo gun. It's completely straight up with the sprays, even 4 times, even 6 times. It goes without even a slight bit of recoil.
I mean, so there's definitely got to be a few of these metas that would come into play, looking to see, you know, what weapons the teams look to prioritize and what they favor as they move through. I mean, yeah, we've seen quite a bit of different weapons getting utilized. We've seen a lot of shotties coming into play. I think one weapon that's not necessarily changing is going to be the grenades, right? They're going to stay in exactly the same shape. You pull the pin and off it goes, and it does what it does. So we've seen some beautiful placement with those as well. Yeah, I mean, we did see Yumiko also coming in clutch with a few of those grenades as well. So yeah, I think there's going to be there's a wide variety of ways to come through with a bit of that destruction, right? As you've been asking for.
Yeah.
So I'm curious as to what that play will be. And one thing that I've noticed is we've not really seen too many snipers being used, right? The bolt actions. Minis come in a lot, but we don't see a lot of bolties.
Yeah, the new snipers that you can buy from the shops, those have been used quite a couple of times. We have seen that kind of going on with the teams and everything, but it's not the meta of snipers anymore. People and teams prefer to use the sprays for some reason, even at the long range, because they're so accustomed to that gun, rather than the single action of those sniper rifles, the ARM or the other guns that you can find up into the airdrops. So all of these factors do come into the play. But yeah, there's the new mechanic where now you can shoot the hovercraft as well, get the player out of the hovercraft. I do love that new mechanic as well, because it changes everything. The players that used to like just survive into the hovercraft till the very end until it explodes, or the players goes into the reload, is not going to be the case anymore. You're finally going to be able to take the player out of that hovercraft, even if he's right on your face, and that changes everything. You're not going to be safe even in there. Yes, you're safe from the grenades, the throwables and everything, but for how long? The spray, as soon as it's going to come into that a lighting on the top, it's straight up going to hit you on the head. It's not even the body shots anymore. It's straight up the headshot that connects through that hovercraft.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, it keeps on shifting, right? There's no place to be safe anymore. The only place that you're safe is in the lobby. That's it, right? If you're in the lobby, nobody in game can hurt you over there, so you'll be okay. You'll be all right. We actually have seen 1 or 2 AMR shots come through, but that again also just happened once or twice, right? Literally 1 or 2 shots connecting up, and that was it. We've not seen any hits other than that come through. I do recall a few plays from yesterday. We did see the AMR being played, and other than that, I predominantly saw the Mini being utilized, which is, of course, technically to some extent almost an AR, because it can be used at that same pace. I'm not skilled enough to do that, but yes, it is definitely something that we've seen quite a bit of. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic to see kind of just how these teams look to utilize that. And I think it's a good distribution of the maps, as we've said, right? So Miramar historically usually is that map where you can get a little bit more of the sniping in, because it allows for a lot more range, because your enemies are much further away, but you can also see them at that distance. Where we get into Erangel, there's a lot of opportunities to come in hard, to come in aggressive, just rush into the compounds and go absolutely guns blazing. So I'm curious as to how the teams are going to look to kind of balance that dynamic, right? Will we see a full-on rush with ARs and UMPs and, you know, SMGs just going crazy? Maybe a few shotties in there? Well, we'll find out, as we are going to be hopping into our first match of the day in a very good flight path to start us off with.
I mean, sure, that's a decent flight path, going from one corner to another corner, almost bisecting the map in half. But those major drop locations like Los Leones, the El Pozos, they're actually almost going to be not accessible unless you glide really high to that particular like location of yours. Chumacera, yes, it's accessible. Valle del Mar is accessible. The rest of the areas, they're easily accessible. And majority of the teams actually even go towards the Hacienda del Patron, the Picado area, the Monte Nuevo. And we have only seen a couple in the El Pozo, but there's a lot of that aggressive stances into the Los Leones. So being not available this head on early on into the game, there's definitely going to be some of the clashes that might occur by finding cars, trying to find the cars, or getting some of those arsenals and their drop like rotations. There's definitely going to be some changes in the drop locations as well for all of these teams. So far, EARENA is actually heading towards the Los Leones. There is Vampire Esports close to them. There's Talon Esports, BIGETRON by Vitality. They're splitting up. Some of the players are going straight up to the top side, the power grid. Some of them going Picado, but the circle is going to be the mastermind of them all, going straight down into the southern side of the Los Higos, the Minas Delta areas, and somewhat getting itself submerged somewhat into the water.
Well, I mean, I'm going to take it, right? A little bit of water in the desert is not going to be a bad thing to have. So it's going to be an interesting play, though, moving down on towards the southern positioning, because that does change up the way in which these teams are going to look to get themselves situated and move through. So, yeah, you're going to have to play for that high ground. You're going to have to try and lock down a compound along the way. And this is where I think a position like what we saw Talon finding themselves in could potentially be quite a favorable position to hold for a vast majority of this match. We could also see a little bit of something coming up in towards Los Leones. But then again, if we look over into Minas del Valle or Valle del Mar, over towards that western side of zone, where we currently have the YANGON Galacticos situated, there could be so many things coming through on them. And I like that we see the live locations now being revealed on screen as well.
Yeah. The locations are there. Everybody is somewhere in a different location. Aside from Tribe AEROMACY and Alter Egos, there's also BTR and Vampire Esports straight up into the Picado as well. So what we can assume is that this might be the only places we see the contestations. But look at the Los Leones. There is two teams, EARENA and A1 Esports, close into the area, and I only see one of their players close into the action where they can get into the fight. But there we go, Secret versus Tribe AEROMACY. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. First two initial fights occurred. Tribe AEROMACY losing two of their players in this early on collision. Secret, amazing, getting those two eliminations without the casualty. Yes, he's going to be revived. We can totally, he's going to be revived. So Tribe AEROMACY, your next move, what it is and what you should be doing right now is getting into the car, getting out there, getting to the side, and then moving on from that point onward.
Well, we'll be moving on pretty swiftly with it indeed, as we are looking over towards Tribe AEROMACY here. Only a duo, as you've mentioned, so it does change things ever so slightly with their approach for the remainder of this game. But we'll see just how much of an impact it will have on them. Team Secret now going to be moving further and further up towards the northern side, which is interesting because they still have about 4 minutes left before this first zone starts to close up. So there's a lot of opportunity for them to maybe rotate all the way up into Hacienda del Patron. Go grab that golden dorado that's over there and then start making their way elsewhere. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be looking to do that, at least not just yet, right? They could maybe look to get a little bit cheeky here. We do see another squad just holding up in towards Minas Generales. So could this be another opportunity now for Team Secret to lock in even more eliminations?
At this point, this is just a start. Even if the teams do play it off good, but Alter Egos in the midst of all of this, there we go, versus Secret it is. The team that got the first two initial eliminations, now they are the one that have been taken down. One player at the very least, and the rest, they will be pushing on. There's definitely going to be some clashes from alter egos. We do have to see that, and we do have to know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out what is going to be happening indeed. Now Vampire, Lazarus, keeping a nice little hot position over here, a hot angle. BTR starting to rotate up. It's a good position here for Vampire to hold, but I think for BTR also a decent position that they find themselves in, because there is quite a bit of that ridge that could be utilized if they are deciding to get the jump in on them. But now, oh, there we have it. It is going to be go time as a flame starts the party over onto BTR. Now a lot of rotational play coming through still. Bumblebee going to be buzzing on the ridge, looking for a bit of an opportunity, but Talon not going to allow any of that to come through just yet.
Right now, the situation that we are seeing is going slow. Well, that's all I can say for this approach of the team so far, that they're going slow for this match. They don't want those unnecessary fights, even though at the very start we did see Team Secret versus Alter Ego that occurring. But right now, it's Talon Esports on our screen. Yoru, Johan, so far, not even a single player into the area. He can't find anyone. But yeah, it is Talon Flames together with him. 2 players into the area, into the location, just chilling out there, waiting for the circle to actually become the state number 2. And then they're going to start like doing something from that point onward. But BIGETRON by Vitality, in the meanwhile, they're also getting into the safe locations, the compounds. They're making sure that their cars are well hidden, so anyone that's approaching, they don't see their cars until it's very late. But HORAA Esports, ladies and gentlemen, still at El Pozo. The circle went towards the southern side, so somewhere in between 300, 400 meters. HORAA Esports still have to move, but oh, whoa! I'm way off from the margin. 1,243 meters. There are some of the players of HORAA Esports is outside of the circle.
Yep, that's a long way away. Let's see if they will decide to come through with those rotations anytime soon. In the meanwhile, it is going to be DRS now getting ready for a bit of a play up against the side here of A1. Now, the nades now finding their way up. It is going to be the first one down. CJ. Now, DRS waiting for a bit of a follow-up here. A bit of a follow-through. But unfortunately for them, A1 didn't fully commit to this push just yet. 2 of their players now up on the front line. They still hold a bit of an off angle. And this is where it could get quite hot and spicy, as we got Rowdy keeping a nice bit of overwatch here, as we can see just towards that northern side. So it's going to be up to Flash and Deathstorm to make the decisive moves right here. DRS, though, they look like they've got this compound locked on down. Example, cooking up the nade, looking for a bit of an angle. Nice. Oh, does receive one in turn, but the knock is there. And now it's going to be that opportunity for the push, but it does seem like the rest of A1 have decided, you know what, maybe we should go and try and clean this one up, as DRS is now down to a solo. JD having this entire engagement getting turned on its head.
Oh my, that's a 1v3 going on, but JD finally taking down Flash. And right with this, JD also gets eliminated. A1 Esports, that Storm going head-to-head with a 1 versus 4 against DRS as a player. But there we go. What's going to happen? BIGETRON by Vitality. There's another team. Let's see. How well are they going to be able to take this into the accommodation and take those fights from this point onward? So far, they are close to the Vampire Esports. BIGETRON versus Vampire. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another fight that that will definitely occur. But on the other side, if you're talking about Alter Ego, Krypton hasn't fought it. He takes a shot up to the players. They get him down instantly, also gets knocked out as well. But Frankie slowly approaching the situation, getting a lot of players from the Alter Ego down towards their HP. Rosemary onto the backside, front line. There's another guy at the Alter Ego just chilling, taking shots, taking turns, and Frankie gets eliminated. Secret out of the match as well.
Yeah, that was a beautiful push coming from Alter Ego, just making the side, making the team there just kind of have to decide which way they want to fight. And Team Secret not having a good run in that, as they were just absolutely picked apart. But you gotta love these plays as they continue to come on through. But here's the important question I want to ask you about Yoru, right? Do you say the name, or when you say the name, do you drop your tone and go with a deeper voice? Yoru.
No. I don't think. Do I? I don't know. I mean, you should be the judge of that. But HORAA Esports so far on our screen. So far, they're taking the fight against, I think that's Boom Esports into the area outside, and they're just, oh my god, HORAA, they know what they want to do, but wait a second, you're gonna miss your shots. The Mini 14 is gonna finally connect as Sky HORAA make sure that M416 is gonna take that final bullet on towards the players. The rest of the Boom Esports down to the last guy. It is that guy. He's low, he's getting that damage, and one single wrong move, staying outside of the play zone, that can actually also eliminate you as well.
Yep, blue zone, that big bad blue is going to be causing quite a few problems if the teams continue to stay out in it. But now for the meanwhile, we are going to be centering up quite comfortably, much closer here on towards Minas del Valle. So this is going to be an interesting area to play through. As you can see, there's a lot of valleys now being focused on. Chumacera is going to be the hotspot for the time being, as we've got about 3 or 4 teams currently situated within that area. So the pressure is going to be on. I think RRQ, they've come through with a beautiful read on the positioning, just holding more towards the northern side of zone. So that is going to be applying quite a bit of pressure to the teams that are yet to rotate in now.
I mean, so far, what we are seeing, the early fights, yes, that did happen. A1, Team Secret, they got eliminated. DRS also got eliminated. But aside from that, the rest of the teams, as we are talking about them, it is somewhat Vampire Esports. Look at that. They're close to BTR. They're also close to the VOIN Donkeys. So with this into the consideration, I'm saying it's a slow-paced lobby, even though that the teams are close. The teams are right next to each other. They can take the fight. They're choosing not to take those fights. Meaning, with 4th stage, 5th stage coming into the play after like a short while, minute, 2, 3 maximum, we're going to see a complete destructive lobby. Everybody is going to be completely going for absolutely everyone from that point onward. As soon as they're gonna see someone move in, the shadow, anything, they're gonna shoot at it. There's nothing safe from that point onward. So with my suggestion, I'd say take the fights right now. Make sure that you're really comfortable into the 5th, 6th stage, that you won't have to be in a very panic mode to take every single absolutely fight, to whether dissipate the team away from you or get those eliminations.
Yep, it's going to be a tough decision that a lot of these teams will have to make. Are they going to choose violence or survivability? And of course, we've got, what, how many is that? That's 10 squads that are yet to find any eliminations. So there is quite a bit of a demand now for that to come through, as the teams will start to converge onto each other, as the zone is going to start forcing their hand. Vampire, just on the outside here, could definitely benefit off of a few of those sprays, but the position's not necessarily working out in their favor, at least not for the time being. Ooh, Boom, though, they're going to open it up onto the side there of Alpha 7, as we look now at Mula trying to find the opportunity, but BTR is going to stop them in their tracks as they secure another elimination. That is their first point on board. Now, Bumblebee getting ready to just come flying up the hillside. is going to be VOIN Donkey. The first line of aggression they will have to face as they look to gain the ground, gain the territory. The sprays are in, though, and there we have it. The first knock is in, and a quick conversion as well.
A quick conversion right in there. 14 minutes, 15 minutes, and we still have 14 teams alive. SEM9 finally taking the fight against HORAA Esports. There's also Alpha 7 versus Boom Esports going on. Look at the kill feed. Look at the dead alive counter. Everybody's going haywire. There's Alpha 7's player going down, SEM9's player down. Alpha 7 having those 4 eliminations, meaning a full team, a full squad has also been eliminated. That is Boom Esports, but HORAA Esports taking the fight against Alpha 7. In fact, Vampire Esports, not Alpha 7. Vampire Esports has one player from Vampire gets knocked out. It's a finisher right there. HORAA with the 2 eliminations. They're forcing their way headstrong against the Vampires' last player. But Vampires' last player, he got eliminated by, I do believe so, a big stab right there and then. So there was absolutely nothing that they could have done. But 3 eliminations so far from HORAA Esports. Now going forward, there's SEM9. They have to move in the circle first and foremost. There's SEM9 into the very front side of their angles. Also, after the SEM9, there's also VOIN Donkey. So it's a 3v fight, 3v deadlock that can be initialized from this particular location. But Jiggle and alongside of Sky, they're also pushing from the back, closing in. SEM9, oh my god, the guys just chill out there. Perone, he's gonna be taken down. Mampa, he's down. Manpa, alongside the rest of one player of SEM9. BTR is also getting down. EARENA is also facing a heavy casualty over here. Jiggle HORAA versus VOIN Donkey. The third party has finally ensued, and in fact, it is HORAA Esports that has actually took that for a third party and got that first initial elimination.
Yeah, this is not the time to go lying down. You got to stand up and fight. And VOIN Donkey, HORAA, going to continue to try and contest for control of the edge of zone. Also going to be very careful of Alpha 7's position just down towards that southern side. But the utilities, the grenades, now starting to find their way on through. We do see TALON also packing a bit of a punch there. But HORAA absolutely running into the wall here as they are being met with quite a bit of aggression. At least they've been able to secure themselves those 5 eliminations, but now it's going to be that sneaky play coming through here from Carrillo and Squash Brew as they start to move on forward. Squash Brew will get taken on down. Revo could now potentially maybe look to bring in a bit of assistance here, but it does seem like they are going to instead prioritize just a little bit more of that longevity, keeping their distance at least now for the time being. But HORAA looking to cement themselves right then and there. Stage 4 about to come to an end. HORAA taking the lead with regards to the aggression. And if they can continue this flow, it's going to be a very happy start to the action. Ooh, YANGON Galacticos coming through with a bit of a push. But there we have it. A very quick and efficient knock and conversion. EARENA going to be the next team to make it out of here.
Oh my god. Nice job whatsoever going on for these players so far. But HORAA, I'm loving the performance of HORAA at this point. The way that they actually managed to secure this much of the elimination numbers without even a single casualty. They're going completely haywire into the lobby. Look at Sleepy right now getting an elimination. Jiggle face-to-face against Alpha 7's player. Carrillo in the front line, finally getting a headshot connected on HORAA Esports' player. That's Jiggle down. Now he's going to push forward, get that elimination with the car, with the style, but after that, he's also going to face that elimination by the hand of the rest of the players into the proximity. HORAA Esports, another elimination to their name. That's 8, I think 9 eliminations. Yes, 9 eliminations so far, but down to the top 10 PR. Only 4 more teams. Even after this big of an aggression, this big of a disastrous gameplay from all of the teams have survived, have just got eliminated. That's the 5th one, and still with the 9 teams remaining into the match, it's going to be even more destructive.
Yeah, well, we went from 9 to 8 in a blink of an eye. As you can see, now 23 players remain. That is all we have left. YANGON Galacticos and DRX all the way at that bottom side. Now currently sitting with, well, 1 point to their name. Of course, that coming through from the placement points as we're about to close on through. 7 squads remain as SEM9 will be the next team having to pack their bags. Now, Tribe AEROMACY still holding on with the duo, as we can see them just towards that more southern angle. DRX just waiting in the wing. But DRX, though, they've been able to kind of stay out of harm's way. Yes, they are down to a 3-piece themselves. Oh, well, no, wait. They still have the full squad up. Still trying to get those HP bars fully sealed. But now HORAA, they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. They've got 9 eliminations, 3 players. And they're going to look to hit them double digits as they now turn their focus back in towards that zone. Nobody left on the edge here to try and contest with. So all they can do now is focus, focus, focus. TALON also starting with their rotation as they move on forward. And this is where it is going to go absolutely crazy because all the teams now converging down in the valley. So the few squads that we have up on the high ground are going to look to absolutely bully them down below.
I mean, at this point, or like HORAA Esports, the performance that they're showing, it's absolutely phenomenal. It's actually phenomenal. But the rest of the teams, I kind of want to see them like TALON Esports going close into HORAA. Oh my god, taking 1, taking 2 down. It's a 1 confirmation. That's double digit of elimination going to the name of HORAA Esports right here, ladies and gentlemen. And they're not stopping their aggression. They're actually pushing forward towards the TALON Esports' side. The grenades coming, the car rammed down, and the Boyza gets eliminated. Sleepy HORAA also going forward, getting atop the hill, mountain location, getting knocked down on 1 player, 2nd player as well. That's 6 individual for Sleepy, 3 for Sky, 2 for No Fear. Oh my god, this team is going absolutely crazy, and they're not stopping at whatever being thrown at them from this point onward. RQ Ryu, they're also cooking those grenades against Alter Egos at this point, and Alter Egos is also retaliating with the same game style grenade being thrown from one ridge to another, but stage for 6, and already the radius is kind of low. There's not a lot of places to be. You have to be careful on, you have to like take the fight, then move to the circles, or get into the circle and stop the other teams from actually entering out, even inside, even stepping in that circle. But the grenades, oh my god, there's a Molotov, the guy's on fire, someone gets an extinguisher, because this guy is going down. Another one going down with the car, the 3rd one is down as well, the 4th one going away with the sprays. That's 12k, nope, from the front, it is done by the hand of Rosemary.
Well, I think it's safe to say that there's no gatekeeping happening here. The teams instead run out of the zone to go get those sprays and then comfortably roll on back in. Absolute showing of aggression coming through here. Now it's going to be YANGON GALACTICOS trying to survive, already getting just poked and prodded at. They are down to a solo. It's going to be up to Say Cloud to see if YANGON GALACTICOS will have any say in the remainder of this game. Down to the final 5 we go. You can see Team AEROMACY, DRX, HORAA, as well as Alter Ego all having to face off against that solo coming through from the side of YANGON GALACTICOS. Ah, beautiful nade coming through from No Fear. Absolutely on point. The damage is starting to cook. But it will be HORAA now go for 15 eliminations. 1 play, that's all they need. Sky just moving up, trying to get a good read on the situation here, as it is now HORAA looking to apply themselves. They could maybe secure a very cheeky play. Ooh, Sleepy getting dropped on down. Even more sprays now as Team AEROMACY comes peeking around the corner. Delta getting deleted. And now, YANGON GALACTICOS, out they go. HORAA hitting 15 eliminations.
That's 15 already, and they're in the top 4. Oh my god. But I think this will be the end for the reign of HORAA Esports from this point onward, because it is just No Fear, a solo guy alive, and Alter Egos, they have surrounded this guy from 2, 3 different directions. Alva is there. There is, in fact, Dalo, T25 into the front lines as well, the back of the mountaintop. There's another guy of the Alter Egos, but we're down to the top 3. Great job for HORAA Esports to even secure the top 3 after getting this much of those eliminations. But Alter Egos so far, 3-man, 8 eliminations to their name. DRX, this is one team. DRX is one team that did not partake in fights into the early stages, into the mid stages, but oh, the rain is still going on. That's the 16th one into the side, but from the back angle, there's Rosemary 911. He called it. He called a 9-11, but not for himself, but for HORAA Esports. Got them back to the lobby. Now down to the 2 versus 4. DRX. This is an easy winner chicken dinner just because of the man advantage that DRX has for themselves. They can just straight up push on the Alter Egos this player. Even Alter Egos, they're completely in a different direction. They're super far away from each other. Nia finally managed to get a grenade on the Rosemary, meaning the last guy that is in the front lines. He can't do nothing but to get and try to get into the safer side location.
Well, one thing that I would normally say is that it's quite difficult to pick up momentum this late into the game, but it seems like DRX are having no difficulty doing that whatsoever. It is now Daybot standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. Alter Ego currently sitting on 9 eliminations. Are they going to be able to hit double digits, or will we see DRX wrap up this fight before they can even pull that off? Now it's going to be a full stand. As you can see, absolute coverage, and the shots are in. That's it. DRX will walk away victorious, locking in that winner chicken dinner. And of course, timing their moment to strike to perfection.
Perfection it is. Surviving gets the winner chicken dinner. Violence does not always solve all of your problems, but yeah, they solve majority of your problems. But chicken dinner with the survival, DRX has done it into the match number 1 of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, of the Ladoma Asia Showdown season number 3. 3, maybe 4 eliminations to their name, and 14 total points that this team is gonna have. It's definitely going to be a good number, a decent number, but not good enough to get them into the very top of the leaderboard. That's one thing you have to be throughout the journey. You have to be at the very top of the leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the team that got the winner chicken dinner, but the MVP goes to none other than No Fear. This guy has absolutely been insane. But wait a second. I think we did see one of the players of the HORAA Esports having even 6 eliminations, but I think the damage may have not been that good because of that fact. He's not into the overall MVP ranking, but 1,521 damage, 22 minutes and 28 survival time. This guy, No Fear, 911, he does have the MVP to his name.
I mean, No Fear 911 definitely showing that they have no fear, right? Call the emergency services because No Fear is getting ready to cook out on the battlefield. What a play that was. 1,500. That is just an insane figure to look at, but well-deserved performance there. And as we can see it's going to be 16 elims finish for the side there of HORAA, putting them quite comfortably on 21 points. What a way to open the games here on our first day of the grand finals.
What a way indeed. 20 plus points in the match number 1 of the grand finals. It's insane. Absolutely. I'd say criminal at this point, the way that they have secured these points. Alter Ego, they're also not that behind. 15 points. DRX, the winner chicken taker team, having 14 points. Even with the chicken dinner, they're still residing on the hashtag number 3. AEROMACY with 8, 6 for Alpha 7, 5 for RRQ. There's a YANGON with 4 alongside of TALON, alongside of A1 Esports, Sem9, BIGETRON. Secret has 3 points for themselves. EARENA, DRS having 2, VOIN Donkeys with 1, but Empire and Boom not even securing a single point. That's definitely going to put them in a disadvantage. But this is also the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, post match number 1. But matches going on. Miramar, it's done and dusted. 2 more Miramars, 3 more Erangels to go. And the next one that we're going to see is the Erangel match.
Yep, it's going to be a very, very interesting one. I think there's going to be a few teams looking to come back with a bit of vengeance, right? Vampire Esports, I think, is going to be one of them. Boom Esports could be the other that could look to kind of climb their way back up those rankings. But yeah, I mean, looking at what we've seen from Boom even, they've shown that once they get into Erangel, they could definitely look to bring in a little bit of that spice, a little bit of that, well, boom, I guess, right? So the pressure is going to be there. The opportunity will be presenting itself as well. So I'm curious to see what game 2 is going to be bringing in.
I mean, yeah, this is just the start. This is just the tip of the iceberg, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have so many more matches, so many more game styles for all of these teams. But before we head over to our next match, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually going to head over to a short break segment of the highlights. You do not go anywhere. Make sure you like the stream and subscribe to the channel, and we will see you after this highlighted break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first day of finals right here in the Asia Showdown Season 3. My name is DK and I'm joined by Torix. And of course, if you missed it, the first match, HORAA Esports stepped out, coming in clutch and absolutely going crazy with 16 eliminations. But DRX stepped up and claimed that winner chicken dinner, doing so with 4 eliminations to their name, giving them 14 total points. But the big question is going to be, what's going to happen when we step in onto Erangel? Because we've seen what Miramar is going to bring. What will be the flavor of the day? Of course, we are going to be finding out soon. But Torix, I got to say, HORAA definitely making quite a bit of a statement in that first match.
Oh, they definitely did made a really great statement, a very bold statement for all of the teams that we are here to take that action against you at this point. But yes, Erangel, how well it's going to go for the teams, this is a big question, because we're going to a change of pace for the teams, where Miramar is usually very slow game, very slow map, and even on top of that, the team still managed to play it out kind of on the fast pace. Erangel is actually going to be even faster than that. I can totally assume that Erangel is definitely going to be faster than that. The pace is going to be much higher, much faster, and because of that, there's definitely going to be a lot more aggressions going on with this survivability that the teams have shown into the previous match. 14 teams into the stage number 4, stage number 5 alive. Oh, you cannot have that at any point in time in Erangel on 4th stage of the match. You're definitely going to have 10, maybe 9, maybe 8 maximum teams from this point onward. But if you have 12, 14 teams, every place is going to be contested at that point.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's not something that you want to see necessarily. But of course, while we get everything ready, we need to make sure. I think someone forgot their seatbelt, so we have to double check that everything is working as intended. So we are going to be hopping into another quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back afterwards. 2. Here we go, getting ready to move into game number 2. Of course, we are going to be heading right into Erangel for the Asia Showdown Season 3 Grand Finals. Day 1, Match 2, long sentence, but hey, we're going to get into it. We're going to see what these teams are going to be bringing in. Who's going to come in clutch? Will we see HORAA come through with more aggression? Are they going to be able to get a winner chicken dinner this time around? We'll find out pretty soon, but you got to give it up to DRX. That was a very great timed execution from their end, right? Just waiting until the absolute moment and then coming out of the ashes like, you know, they just knew what they were doing, stepped up, claimed that winner chicken dinner. Very similar kind of tactic that we saw A1 using on their first day of gameplay as well. So it seems it is a strategy that could pay off quite effectively for these teams. But speaking about effective, let's see who's going to be the most effective team with a very southern flight path coming through this time around.
Oh, that's a southern favored plane line right there, ladies and gentlemen. Quarry, Ferry Piers, Primox, Military Base Island, and the Nova of Noi. Those are all accessible for the teams. Northern side, we have Pachinki, we have Farm, we have Milta City, the Milta Power Plant as well, and in Erangel, we have generally seen some of the teams go into the Milta Power as well, but Giorgio Pool and the hospital, they're not going to be accessible unless they find their vehicles, unless they find some of the transportation to go into that direction. Same as the top island, the northern side island, the Severny shooting range, it's not accessible. But early fights, where are they going to happen? HORAA going into near the proximity of the, I think, military base. But no, they're going northern side, meaning farm it is. They're going towards the farm. Secret, going Pachinki. There's A1 near the 6 compounds of the bridge angle. There is Sim9 with Vampire Esports, whereas Vampire Esports, that's a 2-2 split that we are seeing from Vampire Esports so far. 2 players Quarry, 2 players Primox. That's a long distance to cover, but yes, you have at least one of your teammates to get you into the cover. The circle, on the other hand, is going to take a hard shift towards the eastern corner once again. This time we saw some of the eastern corner shifts in yesterday's matches, and once again it is an angle and it is an eastern side shift.
Yep, gotta love that shift indeed. Now it's gonna be go time. HORAA quick onto the action here as they hop into the vehicles. It's gonna be Potato Hill right here alongside them, but as you can see, the feed is already lighting up. It is gonna be Team Secret getting their hands on a little bit of that action there as well, looking to get this party underway. But the big question is is everybody going to be on board for that party, or is it going to be a slightly one-sided affair? We'll find out pretty soon. So we've got 2 squads all the way down in towards that military base. In fact, we've got a few of them, right? We saw A1 taking position up on towards that military bridge. So there's going to be quite a bit of pressure and contention now starting to come through. It's going to be Team Secret up in Pachinki feeling a little bit of that heat. Alpha 7 now also coming into the feed. As we can see, it is absolutely popping off right now.
Ooh, I want to see how many players are alive, how many of them got eliminated into the kill death chart. But so far, it is Champion that's receiving the heavy casualty onto them. Secret so far, they also have 1 elimination, but at the cost of one of their players. AEROMACY it is, that is in the front lines. GK with the PP Bison in hand. There is Strix with the barrel, with the M7, okay, M746, No, wait. Barrel. I'm just going to call that Barrel. He has the M7 in hand. There's GK. But with the SMG, I think the close range quarter will be better for GK at this point. But A7, wait a minute. It's not just 2 different teams in different locations. That's another team. That's a 3rd team into the kill feed that we have just witnessed. 18 teams into the lobby, nonetheless. Finally, GK, this is the first time in the past 4 days, past 5 days, in fact, that we have seen a full lobby to be made into these games. 18 teams are finally in our screens. A7 versus Champions. Champions Kano, in fact, also getting absolutely decimated. I think that's the 3rd one of Champion that has been taken down.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you want to sound the sound horn, right? The air horn. The wap, 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 because we got everybody in this lobby. So let's see how this is going to turn out as we have some beautiful shots here from Mafioso. Quick little bit of a shotty to the face there. Champions not in a good spot, but it's not a good spot for anyone. As you can see, 4 squads in the surrounding area. So we got Alter Ego, Alpha 7, we got C1, and then of course DRS as well. So this is a pretty hot and heated location, as I don't think I've ever seen this hillside look that hot. But now up in Pachinki, only 2 squads, right? Team AEROMACY and of course Team Secret going to be looking to team up for some chaos here. They're going to be going toe-to-toe, a north-south split. Good spread that we have here. Trick's going to be keeping that front line, seeing if they can relay enough information back to the rest of the crew, prepping them for a bit of a push here. Is a fair showdown, though, 3v3. But as we can see, Team Secret starting with a bit of a spread, looking to see if they can go down the outsides there of Pachinki. In the meanwhile, speaking about outside, it is going to be Samsa just up in the trees, trying to pop a few tires here and there, making sure that that monster truck is either going to be driving really slowly or will not get used at all, trying to limit those rotations as best they can. But now Talon, RRQ fighting each other all the way down into the Millie base. The action is there. Let's see who's going to be the team to hold on. VOIN Donkey in the mix as well. And now the push comes through. Very quick and efficient play as RRQ loses La Par.
Wait a second, this is the third party. Straight up on the push side, Talon in the back lines. VOIN Donkey's having the first elimination. Front lines, the Talon Esports, they have to be very careful on pushing on. But RRQ down to the very last guy. That is the Gen Foss Ryu so far. The only person that's remaining for the whole team of RRQ. Situation's not looking good for this guy. But Ryzek, Zeta, alongside of Machi, alongside of Potato, all the 4 players of VOIN Donkeys, they're actually still standing into the game. There's another players of the RRQ Ryu that's knocked out. And VOIN Donkey, they have their eyes set up on that guy. They're definitely gonna secure that elimination of this player. Potato getting no god, and after the 2 initial elimination numbers, they're going to go back into the compounds. But be very careful. Be very careful. The location, that VOIN Donkey that you guys are looking at, there's nobody residing over there. But on your left side, near the single-story compound, there is the last guy of the team RRQ. So be very careful to not go too much out in the open, because he might take you down and he might take you out straight up. But TALON Esports, I think they've just left the premises. They're like, okay, nope, we don't want any of those fights to happen. Nobody's on the mountaintops of the military base island so far, but A1 Esports, they also have the first initial elimination. They just got that. They just managed to secure that. Tribe AEROMACY in the midst of all of this as well, getting a fight against the Secret. And in Pachinki, on top of that, there are going to be Molotov, there are going to be grenades that will make their play in this.
Well, let's see if those mollies are going to be able to find where they need to go. I think if they brought in like a homing molly, that would be quite devastating. Fortunately, that's not a thing. And it's all down to how well these players can aim. Now it's going to be Tricks, keeping a very close ear here. Do you see more movement heading in the direction there of Pachinki, but not again, not a full-on commit coming in. I believe that was Vampire that we had in the wing, also popping in a few shots, contributing to the damage we are seeing on screen. But now Team Secret trying to figure out whether or not they can get it. The answer is yes, that is Tricks down and out. Now Team AEROMACY, ooh, finding a quick play onto a Shige, but that's actually Vampire or Talon coming through with a cheeky long reach play. Now the zone is going to look to center up on itself as it does pull us even closer on towards Mansion and Shelter. And this is going to be absolute chaos now, as the teams will have to try and cram themselves in here. Going to be looking for the next position to call home, at least for the time being. But again, very limited options indeed, as the push is going to be there. Vampires now having to figure out how the heck are they going to get out of this sticky situation that they've wiggled themselves into. Mula just keeping a nice little frontline angle here. And the nice thing about this is, though, seeing that it's stage 2, they can actually afford to be here for a little while. Once we hit that end of stage 3, moving into stage number 4, that is when the damage is going to become a little bit more troubling. So let's see what these 3 squads are going to look to do. Team Secret now could end their run very soon if they get caught out by Tribe AEROMACY. Oh, Frankie, though. I think Torix has muted himself. I can see him miming, but I'm not hearing any words. So let's see where this is going to take us, though. Tribe AEROMACY, Delta, super low on the HP. Yante now going to be on that far southern side. And it turns out Torix, yes, did forget to unmute himself. That's always the funny thing, right, with casters. Is like you talk, and then you realize, oh, nobody heard a word I said.
Oh my god, I did not get heard right here. But as soon as we're talking about this, there's some casualties going around. But Frankie, are you gonna be able to pop this first aid up or not? Oh my god, just barely he manages to do that. He's gonna finally give that revive. But Tribe AEROMACY now down to the last guy, and Vampire also being dogged out into this area. Gyante cannot for hope to get on this a leveled ridge, get into the car, because the rest of the Vampire Esports, they're looking at him from the top of the mountain into the back lines. And even this location, I think he can still get those shots on him if he's not careful enough. Gyante finally coming back into the compound of the Pachinki. Even though 700 meters it is, stage number 2 is closing on, there's going to be a lot of damage. As soon as it's going to hit stage number 3, you can already see how the damage is going on towards the teams. But here we go, the stage is about to close, the stage is about to be made, and all of these numbers, all of these teams, 17 teams, DK, that's 17 teams in this lobby so far, alive, surviving. And you can see the shelter, the circle going towards the shelter area, where Sem9 is going to enter through the western region. There's already EARENA close to A1's location. There's TALON on the southern side near the DRS location as well. So it's 4-way, 5-way fight straight up at the shelter at this time.
I mean, the area might be called shelter, but there is going to be none of that, right? There will be no place to hide with the sheer volume of players moving in. Talon going to be the first team to experience a little bit of difficulty here as the rush comes through, but NC2 will be dropped on down. Yoru coming through with a beautiful play. A flame now quickly just trying to reposition that vehicle. Let's see if Yoru can continue cooking as EARENA are going to be waiting in the entrance. In the meanwhile, the hovercraft comes into play as DRS also tries to get in on the action. They start to move on forward. Samsa going to be looking to come in with that wide rotation, just regrouping alongside Example here. And I think for DRS, this is a good position to take occupancy off. Are they going to be opting for a little bit of that DRX play that we saw in the previous game? We don't quite know just yet, but what we are seeing is that Sem9 are going to be pushing forward right onto A1.
That's definitely the possibility that's going on. So far, it is the push that's going on. Sem9, A1 it is, and Sem9, they are not able to hold it off. Same as A1 as well. Both parties have got the first initial knockup. But A1, no, this is the wrong move. You just rushed in upon on the Sem9's guy, and that's going to cost you a lot. That's Dome taking the fight to Fire and getting him down. DS will okay. Fire versus the DBS. It is the Molotov on its play as well. That's Dome getting down. It's Rowdy, the solo guy, the only guy from this point onward that is surviving. He's trying to push towards the proximity as well to take down the players of Sem9 as well. Byron in the left side compound of Rowdy on the main double-story compounds. There is the team Sem9, the rest of the players. There's Boom Esports in the midst of all of this, taking those shots with those grenades, trying to get some casualties done. Octa coming on, taking one player. Yumiko is down, is done, and dusted. A grenade comes over. Octa barely just surviving because of that, because of the grenade just getting boomed up early on. But there we go, Manpaw getting eliminated. Sem9 Manpaw's his own grenade for some reason got the demise of Boom Esports, even though as a third party they did not manage to survive longer than Sem9 at this point. Sem9 is still alive. They're still gonna get that revival, but Vampire as a third party, fourth party, even a fifth party is coming into the play, taking down Sem9's player, 15th position. Sem9 gets eliminated on A1 Esports. A1, the team that was originally at this location, they are still remaining here. There are still two of those guys that is going to be residing, that's going to be surviving at this point. And at this location, there's still a lot of other teams that can actually push in and take those fights with them.
Yep, I mean, it's good play coming for you from A1, but let's see, will they make it? So far, it's looking pretty grim, as it is going to be Team Secret looking to join the party as well. Vampires, A1, Team Secret. I mean, pick a name. They've all been here. And another squad will fall, as it is going to be Vampire to make it out with 2 eliminations. BIGETRON by Vitality, the next one down. Oh, no. There we go. A1 Esports out with 3. So we've said goodbye to 5 teams in a near back-to-back-to-back play here. We still are left with 11 as we now look to see who will be the one to hold on to the edge of zone. I've not seen this much fighting for one compound on the edge of zone in a good long time. But DRS, they are going to be the next one looking to call this place home, at least for the time being. Team Secret's still going to be trying to plant their flag. And then you also got to watch out for YANGON Galacticos, who we have just over on the edge there over in Walmart.
So far, the shelter is being the location where every team is coming to get those points for themselves. And DRS is another name that's close to the Team Secret, getting a grenade right on the face, getting a knockdown. Now with the 2 eliminations in their backpack, they're pushing on to the rest of the players of the Secret. A grenade goes over from the Secret side. Nobody's going to get hit. Nobody's going to get damaged. Don Chad, let's see. Grenade in hand, he's cooking it up, finally gonna put the pin back on. Only a single grenade, just one chance, but oh, wait a second, Samza managing to get GK down. That's a great grenade trajectory going around the RQ view in the midst of all of this casualties going around near the DRS, near the shelter area. There's a different party, different location, different angle that's also getting into the fights, getting eliminated. YT with the domination going face to face against the Team Secret's player. That's one player down. Example trying to make sure that his player is surviving, but nope, he can't do that. S2 DBS making one Secret is out. 7 eliminations on the hashtag number 10. They go. Not a single placement point, but elimination-wise, yes, a decent number. A decent number of eliminations that they have for themselves. At this point, this is a lot of casualties going around, even for the kill feed to keep up. Alter Ego closing down DRX. There we go. One player. Almost the second one. No, he's going to get out of the car, get another one, and get as well the third one out in the same location. In a single instance, Krypton did a 1v3.
I mean, that is absolutely insane, right? We saw 6 teams getting deleted over on that western side of zone in one location, right? DRS rather, still going to be holding on as we move a little bit further into the zone. Alpha 7 is still up. We can see the players there from EARENA still up and added. We've got YANGON Galacticos as well as Alpha 7 on the edge of prison. But now I'm going to be looking over towards VOIN Donkey to see what they're going to be doing, as they are still rocking a full squad and they are going to be looking to play a little bit of a high ground territory here.
I mean, at this point, you have to play on the edge. You have to keep gaming on the edge from this point onward, because if you're not, there's definitely going to be someone in here to get those aggressive stances up on you. There's Smile. There we go. But at the same time, EARENA going into the area, taking the players, the shots on DRS, giving out his location. Now, Joker, you have to be very careful on what you're going to do. But example, he has already made his way towards the shelter. He has spotted down the player of EARENA in that shack. Did a lot of damage. Made sure that he is not showing his face anytime soon. But Samza from the DRS side also is down. He needs to get that revival done as soon as possible. Example, finally first is going to heal himself back to the 75. Then finally he's going to get that revival done. Stage number 5 it is. And top 8, we are seeing EARENA close in this area, throwing a grenade. It's going to hit, but not enough to get the casualty up on the players. The Joker comes in to close a play, gets knocked down instantly, and getting a third-party shot. That's a kill steal right there.
Well, gotta love to see all the action we have unraveling. But now, DRS going in for the res, looking to bring themselves back up to a 2-piece. EARENA gonna strike onto YANGON. But in the meantime, we are gonna say goodbye to TALON as they will get picked up. Alpha 7 also gonna be feeling quite a bit of the heat here as they are, of course, going head-to-head with Alter Ego. Squashbrew and the rest of the crew now are gonna try and see if they can survive as Alter Ego comes rolling on in. Rosemary on the ridge. Alpha 7 already taking so much damage. Nuffy also going in for that res, but will they be able to pull it off in time as the full send is there? EARENA goes out. DRS just absolutely popping with the utilities, but now Alter Ego trying to close it up, and they do succeed as Alpha 7 does not make it out. Now, HORAA Esports, they've been quiet for a little while. We've only seen 3 eliminations come their way. They're now just riding out the storm, looking to see if they can find that next golden position to move into. Alter Ego, though, they're going to be trying to lock it down on the edge. Look at that. Oh, jump shots. And VOIN Donkey make their way off. They are done and dusted. DRS now going to rotate up onto the high ground, looking to see if they can find another bit of an opportunity. But again, there's not much high ground to use, but this could be a big brain play coming through from DRS, now sneaking in right behind Alter Ego.
This definitely can help you, but we're officially down to the top 4. Stage number 5, we were seeing 8 teams, 12 teams. At one point in time in stage number 5, we were seeing 14 teams. But now, as soon as the stage number 6 is going to commence, we're going to see only top 4 teams with 10 players remaining. Alter Ego, they have been spotted by the HORAA Esports. There's DRS into the back line to the shelter as well, near the YANGON Galacticos. He can spot the player out, Samza, and I want to see Example, where Example is right now situated at, as well as we see him. He gets taken down by Alter Ego right there. But wait a second, Dalo, why are you hitting your own player? What is going on at this point? Did he steal your elimination? Did he steal your frag or something at that point? I'm not sure what is going on. But here we go. DRS, the final guy against YANGON. Say Cloud is in the front lines. The grenades is going, and he's out of the grenade. But final grenade actually managed to get a connectivity. Example gets finished, and Zamza, the only guy alive, is going to take the fight against the YANGON Galacticos as a final player as well. In the proximity, HORAA Esports is in the back line, so there's always a chance for a third party. And if Alter Ego decide to push as well, that's a fourth party going on.
I mean, but Alter Ego have got 15 eliminations, right? They don't have to move. They can just sit back, relax, kick up their feet, and wait to see what's going to be happening with these edge squads as they now just need to defend. It is going to be a very quick finish there by Samsa, as that is the end of the road for YANGON Galacticos. But here we have it, the final 3 squads. It's going to be the solo from DRS versus a double set of duos standing between them, and a winner chicken dinner. It's going to be Krypton and Alva. Oh no, Samsa has been spotted. That buggy is only useful if it's pointing away, not at the gunshots itself. A quick shot then again coming through from Krypton. That seems to almost be the kryptonite of Samsa here.
That absolutely looks like it. Absolutely. But still, be very careful on what you're going to do. But the aura has finally been taken down by Alter Ego. That's 16 elimination. Ladies and gentlemen, same amount of number that Esports had the previous match. But they were unable to get it up into the top 2. But now Alter Ego has overchanged that. Alter Ego is not only just into the top 2, but they are super close to getting that winner chicken dinner. HORAA Esports, they're the only one standing between the winner chicken dinner and the 18 elimination points up against the Alter Egos at this point. So HORAA, they have to do something from this point onward. Sky HORAA, you can see him just kind of moving it here and there, trying to find out the players' locations. The circle is about to close as well. The stage number 7 is about to commence in a short while. And the rest of the HORAA Esports, the No Fear, in fact, at this point, he's also closing on. Together that they are. Alter Ego changing their directions as well. One player taking the Murado to a angle, whereas the second guy, in fact, Alva, is taking the fight head on. He's just prone there. He's going to make sure that anyone coming behind this ridge is going to be absolutely decimated from that point onward. Krypton, once again, using all the utilities that he can possibly have for himself, gonna get a connection almost onto the players, but no, he barely missed that. Another one coming in. Will it get a connection? The answer might surprise you, as it gets a knockdown, and Sky HORAA comes into the play, getting Alva down. It's a 1 versus 1 versus Alter Egos. Alter Egos, one more step to get the winner chicken dinner. But Sky HORAA, you have to actually go and finish that elimination, because he's gonna provide your location to your enemies. And there we go, that he actually did. 15 total points or 28 total points. We're gonna see after this fight is over. This is the big question. This is the big time to see who's gonna win it over. Both grenades have been thrown. Nobody's gonna get the connection, as Krypton is still at the very corner of the circle.
I mean, I thought things were going to go pretty south for Krypton as that rotation came through. Krypton essentially rotated up with a flashlight on in the dark, right, showing everybody where they're going towards. And that distraction paid off well. Unfortunately, Alva wasn't able to get the finishing play into the side here of HORAA. But now, Krypton, HORAA, going to find themselves in a bit of a snake-off, looking to see who will be the one to get that winner chicken dinner. Alter Ego, they're going to be smiling quite a bit, regardless of how this match ends for them. But let's see whether or not HORAA are going to be the ones smiling the most. Of course, the two teams currently up in the top 2, right? HORAA and Alter Ego fighting for pole position already in game number 2. What a crazy day.
Ooh, it's so amazing. I love this. I love this chaotic. I love this intense thriller match at this point. That one wrong move will mean that you're gonna lose those 4 extra crucial points. In fact, 5, because you're not actually gonna get that elimination as well. So it's all about the fact and figurines of what they are going to do. But I think the player has spotted down the hand of Alter Ego to the side, and there we go. The peak fire. It is HORAA missing that first chicken dinner, but now getting that second one for themselves. But 17 elimination to Alter Ego is amazing as well. It's super amazing, as they're also gonna have the 6 placement points. 17 plus 6, that's 23 more than HORAA that they secured into the match number 1. HORAA had 21. Now they're going to have 23 for themselves, but it all depends on how their performance was into the match number 1. And HORAA Esports, as they are going to have 16 points in total in the match number 2. That's definitely going to be a very big jump for HORAA Esports as well.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit of a trade-off, as you said. HORAA got 21 in the previous game, and Alter Ego had 15. Now we swap it around, where HORAA comes in with the winner chicken dinner, the eliminations to go with that. So that puts them on 18 points versus the 23 coming in on the other side. So it is going to be a pretty interesting one to see what the standings look like. But I guess second time's the charm, as HORAA Esports come in clutch. And what a play that was. I mean, Sky taking that play all the way to the bank, capitalizing on the carnage, the chaos, but you got to give it up to Krypton. Krypton just doing so much work, almost hitting an even 1,000 damage. I mean, just 3 more than they needed to keep that figure absolutely rounded. But what a performance. Nonetheless, the heaviest play that we've had so far. 8 eliminations. Absolutely insane.
That's absolutely insane. Even as a solo player, dude, that's way too intense. Way too intense. I think the highest elimination number that we have seen so far into the MVP ranking is 6. But here we go. Alter Ego with 23 points. 16. 13 for the DRS. Yangon with 7 alongside of Secret. 6 for Alpha and EARENA. VOIN Donkey with the 5. TALON, A1, Sem 9. Boom. 3, 3, 3, 3. 2 for Vampire and AEROMACY. 1 for BIGETRON alongside of Champions and DRX RRQ. Finally, the teams that joined, all the teams, 18 total teams that joined. We have the numbers, we have the statistics of them. But going into the overall ranking, Alter Ego now coming on to the top. Match number 1, they did really good. Match number 2, they did amazing as well, as 38 points to their name without even a single winner chicken dinner already tells the tale on how kill hungry, how elimination hungry that they are.
They went from trailing by 6 points to leading by 1. What a bounce from Alter Ego. But you got to give it up to DRS as well. The first match, 2 points. That's all they had. And they were very far down the standings, all the way in, I believe, 14th? Now they've leaped up into 3rd place in one single match. But this is where things get a little bit interesting now, because Alter Ego and HORAA, they've been bringing in so much aggression, right? As you can see, 20 plus elims for both these squads. Now, they are leading by 12 points ahead of the competition in 3rd place. So, if the rest of the lobby is going to try and catch them, they are going to have to try and replicate what Alter Ego and HORAA have been doing in just these first 2 games.
It was just the first 2 games. On top of that, yes, this is just the start. This is just the beginning. We still have 4 more matches for the day 1 to be concluded. But going into the second page, it is TALON, 7 points. Alpha A1, in fact, 7 points. VOIN Donkeys with the 6 alongside of Sem 9. Only I'm seeing the VOIN Donkeys climbing some of the ladders from number 15 all the way up to the number 12. Aside from that, everybody has lost some of the placements on the ladder. 10, 11, that's 2 placements down. 13 has 3 placements down, so he was on the number 11. Now he's on the number 13th. 14 for RQ. He has lost 8 placements from first page all the way to the second page. It's crazy at this point. But Miramar, it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be the next one on our list of the matches to be played. Erangel is done. Miramar is done. And once again, the match number 3, the Miramar, will commence in a short while. How the teams are going to play it up, how the teams will make it up for themselves, like the one that haven't played good for these past 2 matches, that's going to be the main question. And that question will be answered once we head into the Miramar match. But before we head over there, make sure you hit that like button, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well, and go to the platform.ludoma.com to register your squad up for the upcoming events as well for the Ludoma platform. We will see you after this short highlighted break. Stay here, be with us. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. After this short break, we are back into the action. Past 2 matches, it's done and dusted, meaning another Miramar is about to commence. But before we head on over there, it's with you guys at Torix and with me once again, DK on the desk. Third match, DK, Miramar was super fast, the first one, and I'm expecting it again to be exactly on the same pace, same path, same kind of the aggression side of every single team going to haywire, completely haywire, fighting one place, another one. It's going to back and forth, 3 teams, 4 teams coming back to back against each other. There was a third, fourth party in a Miramar. You don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not something that happens very frequently, and if the past match is any indicator, this is going to be another one to keep a very close eye on. Yeah, I've got to make sure that you get into a good spot, get a good spread, and then from there, pull out all the stops. So, yeah, not quite sure how these squads are going to look to push through it, but with a very eastern flight path, it is going to be somewhat limiting as to where they can drop. So we could maybe be in for a few hot drops here.
I mean, this is the eastern side favored plane line, but the circle, we have seen it like time to time change to a very opposite direction of the plane line. Yes, sometimes it does go towards the plane line vicinity as well, but majority of the time it is the opposite of the plane line. So I'm hoping it goes to El Pozo this time, a hard shift, or if it wanna stays on the plane line, please go towards the Puerto Paraíso and those small island conjunctions where you will have to swim, get there, and shift over there. I want to see a water circle in the Miramar. I want to see this dry land get a little bit of the water favor for itself. But aside from that, talking about all of these teams so far, it is a Los Leones contested by the EARENA. A1 is there. There's a champions for some reason. 2 players going into the Puerto Paraíso, the rest of the players going into the Los Leones. YANGON is already receiving a lot of damage on them. You can see them kind of low on that HP, but Sem9, they're in the air, just climbing up. Sem9 Yumiko finally getting into the car, getting in fact a Manpa right there. Gyante has a Vector. Okay, close to the vicinity. It is YANGON. The fight is definitely going to ensue. But UMP 45 on both sides. That's a 1 down. Delta comes into the play. Gets the second one out as well. And in this particular location, we are seeing AST securing 2 eliminations against the YANGON Galacticos.
I'm pretty sure Gyante was like, here, quick! And then, you know, Delta was like, don't worry, I gotcha. Coming in with a beautiful clutch, just saving their teammate. But now Gyante has the opportunity to get themselves patched up as Delta goes on cleanup duty. 2 eliminations secured so far. Let's see whether or not the rest of YANGON are going to dare to venture into the Team AEROMACY territory. In the meanwhile, it is going to be A1 now going through their looting phase up here into Los Leones rather. Los Higos is somewhere else. But we do have EARENA in here as well. But unfortunately, they are still quite some distance away. But of course, looking at Flash and the rest of A1, they could actually look to explore a little bit more and push up on towards them, especially with the zone being centered up on Los Leones.
I mean, right now, it's just 3 minutes. It's just a couple of players that got eliminated. We still have a full match to go before we can conclude on what's going to happen for the rest of the lobby. But this is the halfway point of the day number 1. This match will be the halfway transition point. After this, there's going to be a sudden change in the momentum of the teams and their strategies as well. Maybe the teams that were not performing, maybe they will go for a different strategy of aggression. Some of them that were working the things out, they're gonna stay on the same a particular strategy as well. But HORAA, the last match winner with the Chicken Takers so far is just chilling out there 2,600 meters away outside of the circle. So first things first, do they have a car? Do they have any vehicle? This is the big question, because if they don't, they are in for a very big and long run it's gonna be a marathon for them to get into the circle first and foremost. But there we go. No fear. He has the monster truck. He has the truck. He's definitely gonna pick everybody up. So they're definitely gonna focus on the arsenal first and foremost. So it's super stale for some reason. The amount of aggression that we had into the first Miramar, the fast pace that it was, it's nowhere even close into the match number 3 transition point.
Yeah, but I think Miramar must come with one of those little stickers that you see on your rearview mirror. It's the opposite, where objects are much further away than they appear. Right?
Yes.
The rearview mirror says objects are actually much closer. This one should say it's much further away. Of course, Miramar is an enormous map, so it makes sense that it takes a little while for these teams to find each other. It's not because of a lack of searching, right? They are looking for each other. And the moment they find each other, we'll know about it. But yep, I think this is going to build a nice little bit of tension coming into the later stages of this match. I think round about the next 2 minutes, we are going to be seeing the teams already starting with a little bit of action. I wanted to say stage 2, but I don't even think they're going to wait that long. Yep, there we go. It's going to be Balya, the first one down for the side there of champions. And I think that's our 3rd casualty for this match so far.
Yeah, that's the only 3rd casualty so far, but another one coming into the way as Yummy Johan gets taken down by EARENA. Wait a minute, that's a 3rd party. As the Boom Esports is taking the fight against Champion, there is the EARENA coming in, taking the fight against a Boom. So it's a back and forth, karma hitting back. You get one down, you get eliminated right there and then. So everybody, aside from EARENA, has lost a 1-1 player in this location, whether it's Boom, whether it's the Champion, 1 so far, but 18 out of 18 teams. Once again, it's a full lobby, it's a full team lobby going on, and everybody is in the game as well. So far, Champions, 2 players, ERK Forest T, and alongside of Atomic, they're together. Keno, on the other hand, he's staying close to EARENA as a player. That's Joker into the city mountaintops. You can see the rest of the EARENA just chilling out there, getting prone. But oh, there was a headshot. There was a connectivity. Keno did manage to get a headshot, single headshot connectivity on the players, but now he's struggling. The taps, they're not going to work as well, but finally he does it. Wait a second. If he gets even a single more headshot, this can be disastrous for EARENA, as they might get a knockdown on them.
Yep, they definitely might, but let's see if that might is going to turn into power. As Champions Esports now move into that southern side of Los Leones. Boom Esports going to try and survive a little while longer. I think they're going to maybe avoid rushing onto compounds on the edge of zone, like we saw over onto Erangel. Still can't believe we saw 6 teams all going out in exactly the same compound. But yeah, now it's going to be Alter Ego getting ready for a little bit of a something here as they start to move on up. It is going to be Daybot just covering the back end. See Mastery off in the distance, so you got to keep that head on a swivel. Krypton ready on the front line. Looking for a few angles, looking for a little bit of something, but not finding a clear line of sight just yet.
Not a clear line of sight so far. Be very careful what you're gonna do. Slowly and steadily, they are entering. But, Boom Esports, kind of low on that HP. Low on that HP. Heal yourself as soon as possible. Vampire versus DRS. It's happening in a different location. HORAA, A7, YANGON. These are the 3 names that are still outside of the blue zone, taking that blue damage for themselves. But the team that is close into the proximity, taking those fights, is Boom Esports so far. Going back near from the EARENA, and EARENA is going to do absolutely nothing about it.
Ooh, they're just waving at them now, but DRS, Samsa! Yeah, I don't know what that was. Maybe they were like, hey, look, a boulder! Bam! Vampire Esports go down. Maybe that was a strategy, a tactic that Samsa used to distract the rest of Vampires. But what a play, as we do say goodbye to 2 players there from the side of Vampire, concluding their entire squad. And that is now us left with 17. Still some pretty steep numbers to work with here. But let's see where this will go. As Alpha 7 now starts to come through with their rotation, of course.
Oh,
On that
nice.
far side of zone. A long, long way to go still.
I mean, right now, he's changing the tire first, and one thing, and he's definitely going to be taken out because of that, because Nia comes in, did not let the player change the tire, and now Molotov's on its way. Talon Esports, they're going to lose one player at this location, but Nia, Yoru Johan gets taken down. I'm talking about Talon, and Talon in this match has yet to get even a single elimination for them. They don't have even a single point in this match particularly, so they have been kind of going on the slow pace. They still have like less than double digits. EARENA is in the proximity where they also might take those fights for them, but so far, unless it's stage number 4, I can totally see that there is no fight that's going to happen. Yes, there might be some players like dropping down 1 or 2 from different teams, but not a full-fledged fight of the whole team versus team, third party coming into the vicinity, getting those connectivities, taking down the team that actually took down one team at that point. Boom Esports versus Team Secret on our screen as well. The shots, the fights started, and as soon as GK is going to get taken down, look at this. The momentum just completely broke off.
Is an interesting play coming through from our squads here. Frankie though, 007. Gonna try dip, duck, dive and dodge their way through the spray down. Not quite sure what Team Secret's doing up on the hill. Maybe trying to tank a few hits here. As Octa has a good line of sight there. Or rather had. It is now left the area. In the meanwhile, it's gonna be Alpha 7 and VOIN Donkey getting ready for a little bit of a something here. As you can see, Zeta now starting to push on forward. HORAA starting to push in on towards that northeastern side. Right up ahead, Team Secret has got the gate open for them. Now it's going to be Frankie up on the front line. Xeris, the first one down. Quick little bit of a confirmation coming through on that one. Jiggle also now starting to climb the hill. And this is going to be Team Secret now coming through with a slight bit of a retreat. Trying to put some distance in between themselves and that onslaught coming through from the side of HORAA. But you got to watch out. No, this is not a safe spot to be in. And of course, HORAA going to keep their eyes open.
They do have to keep their eyes open. Everybody has to keep their eyes peeled. Alpha 7, HORAA, VOIN Donkeys outside the blue zone. Taking that blue damage, but Alter Ego versus Boom it is, ladies and gentlemen. The fight started. Boom Esports losing a player, but Alter Ego securing that second elimination. Let's see how well are they going to be optimized in this fight against Boom Esports. Are they going to be able to take any more of the players down or not? Try AEROMACY so far with the 3 elimination. The only team in this lobby with the second highest number of eliminations so far. The first highest is the DRS. DRS got actually 4 elimination, and I think they took down Vampire Esports at that point in time. EARENA versus Champions. It's once again happening. The fight has once again commenced as EARENA, they're the ones on the receiving end this time around. One player got taken down. The second one is right now knocked up, meaning EARENA is down to the 2 players as it is. Alter Ego, 4-man, corner of the circle. They have the arsenal. They have their cars. Every transportation is for them as well available. But Alpha 7 on our screen, getting away from the BTR, but straight into near the faces of one of the player of the VOIN Donkeys. That is Zeta, but Mafioso, he's not going to move. He's not going to stop. He's not going to shoot at the players. He's actually going to stay calm, stay composed, stay into the back lines, let the player move forward, and then he's going to just take the corner for himself.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with the corner at all, but let's see what DRS is going to do in their corner of the circle here as they start to move on up to A1 rather. As you can see, CJ, ooh, cheeky nade, there we go. Samsa with the opener, 1 down, a few more to go, and A1's like, nah, it's okay, we'll leave. We'll just try and run away, try and play a little bit of a safer game now. Flash with a quick reaction there, just dipping back behind the ridge. But now, of course, all this noise has attracted even more attention. Up comes BTR. And I'm pretty sure I saw a P90 there. So that could be quite a bit of a problem now for DRS. Example, as BTR are going to get ready to move on forward. We did see Kent really quickly taking down one of the players from Alpha 7 a little while ago with that Mini 14. But now, oh, BTR Bumblebee going to get stung here as Example sends it out with the AUG. Just trying to keep them at arm's reach. Keep them on the edge there. Not allowing them any entry into the zone. JD, in the meanwhile, is going to use this opportunity to reposition. Come through with a bit of a flank. This is now that angle that DRS is going to look to play on towards them. Alter Ego now quickly going to pick themselves back up. But we do say goodbye to Boom Esports, as Doom is not going to be able to hold on for the rest of this match. Out they go with 2 eliminations up. Alter Ego trying to get themselves back into fighting form. A flame here from Talon starting to move on up. You can see the mollies all over the place. Reboy keeping a nice steady angle, making sure that they can successfully pull off the res. But look at Zeta there from VOIN and Donkey. Got to look to play a bit of an upset here. Maybe could send a few utilities out to try and get that damage.
They're dumping the utility to at least get the player as low as possible before actually pushing on. But VOIN Donkey, they're going to be taken down. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. One more team, the third one to, in fact, second one to get eliminated. 18, 17, 16. Third one to get eliminated right there after 16-minute marker in the game. Stage number 4, ladies and gentlemen, and 15 teams are still into the lobby. There's only going to be one. There's only going to be one winner. We have to see who it's going to be. 16 minutes have passed so far. 4th stage is also closing on within 1 minute and 40 seconds from this point onward. You can see AEROMACY close to A1, close to TALON. There is the YANGON Galacticos, and there is also the rest of the players of the TALON esports as well. But AEROMACY finally spotting down one player. The tap fires gave away your location, but also did some of the damage on towards the player side as well. But not enough to get them taken down, not enough to get them knocked out at this point. But Atomic so far slowly approaching this corner situation. Alter Ego is close, and they are pushing. They are coming towards the champion's location. This can be a fight that might start, that might initialize with the grenades, with the throwables, but we will have to see how it's going to end.
Find out pretty soon indeed. Now, 15 teams having to cram into stage number 5. That is going to be absolute chaos, carnage, and mayhem. You can see Trang holding a little bit of an overwatch position here, trying to see if anybody's going to come over that ridge, but the pesky wall for the building keeps on staying in their way. Now, Bumblebee coming through with that P90, riding the ridge. I knew I saw it somewhere. Let's see whether or not BTR is going to be able to get the most out of the spray, though. Keeping a very tight angle onto Alpha 7. Not quite sure if they're going to come through with a full send, or are they just waiting for Alpha 7 to start moving. Oh, look at that. Sem9 off the distance. You got to watch out. There's so many ways that this can go. I love the nades, though. Kent. Prepped, primed, and ready. Waiting for something. One little pixel to be out of place. DRS, though, I like that position that they've got as well, right? Just along the road. So as soon as Bigetron by Vitality starts to rotate up, there is going to be so much focus on their position.
There's definitely going to be a lot of focus there. But Bumblebee so far going back to the vicinity where Alpha 7 is residing. Bigetron by Vitality. Let's see if Mafioso is going to be spotted, or he's going to be the one that is going to be responsible for at least one of the players of Bigetron Vitality to go get taken down. So far, it's grenade barrages going on. Alpha 7 moving from one point to another one, point A to point B. Circle's going to start, and there we go. Now, everybody needs to run. Everybody has to get in the circle somehow, and whosoever is going to try to do that is definitely going to be absolutely decimated at this point, at least at this location. As Bigetron is looking at the back, they know Alpha 7 is residing there, and Alpha 7 knows that at least at one point in time there should be the team that will actually try to move, and that is the time that they should also be aiming for. But Senna, Doc, so far, on that HP, healed himself. There we go. There we go. So far, Senna Book moving forward slowly and steadily alongside of Mafioso. A grenade is coming to this direction, but nope, nobody's gonna get the connection. But BTR, they're not backing off as well. Even though the circle is closing on, they almost have the very corner of the safe zone area. 1 meter. Senna, let's see. Inside the circle so far, stage number 5 is for Alpha 7, but BTR, the location that they have themselves on the top of the ridge, if the smoke dissipates, it's an easy vantage point against Alpha 7.
Yeah, it's all about those vantage points getting capitalized upon. It is going to be Mafioso now trying to just dip out of dodge as they quickly come through with that rotation. But again, a lot of carnage ensuing in the feed. Mafioso, unfortunately, not going to be making it out safely as they will get picked on up. Now let's see whether or not Senup can actually survive this. It is going to be BTR still holding quite steadily up on the ridge. But unfortunately, if you move out of this position, it is going to be nothing but lobby. So you can see that feed also going absolutely crazy with all the hits now starting to line themselves up on the other edge of the zone. It is going to be Alter Ego and EARENA finding themselves in a bit of a standoff here. Is a 2v2. Now, who will be the one to walk out of this in one piece? Oh, Tony K. Very, very close here to Krypton. Oh, the shot is in. Absolutely beautiful showing. But as quick as the knock came through, Tony K getting dropped right on down. It is going to be Krypton now relaying a little bit of information over here to Daybot.
I mean, Daybot, amazing initialization. There we go, another extra clear on the connection, getting another one down. It's a 1v1 potentially, but finish first. Finish first, think later. Alter Ego in the meanwhile gets finished off by NC2. Still gonna lose one of the player at the very least. Turkey K being ripped on the other side through the window. We can see DRX versus Yangon Galacticos going head to head against each other in a tussle. The grenades are going on to the BTR and DRS side as well. The smokes have been deployed. Zamza has that M416 in hand, but there's a P90. There's a P90 to his opponent's hand, so it's definitely going to be a no-brainer whether you need to take the fight, whether you need to not take the fight. But BTR, they're not actually pushing. This is one thing that I'm looking at, is the fact that nobody is actually over-pushing the situation. First off, they get the knockdown. After that, they decide to push. But Zamda getting a knockdown. This is the moment. JD, the last guy, is taken down by the BTR. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. A 9 elimination to the DRS side. And they have been eliminated on the 11th spot. No point of the placement whatsoever once again. But Yangon Galacticos down to the last 2 that they are as well. Look at the kill feed. Sem9, Talon constantly going head to head against each other.
Yep, quite a bit of an exchange from both ends there, but for the time being, it is going to be Yangon Galacticos trying to hold it nice and steady. EARENA now situated to their north, and of course DRX coming through on that southern side, so this could be quite a sticky spot to be in. Alpha 7 not going to be making it past that 10th position as they too will make their way out of here. This is where things are going to get increasingly more challenging. The blue zone is going to be closed up in the next minute and 20 seconds. DRX riding the ridge, looking for an angle, looking for an opportunity. They want to get themselves a nice position to rotate on forward. Delta coming through with that domination award as well. But let's see what Master Smile and Say Cloud are going to be doing. Just holding nice and steady here. Nothing all too risky, too crazy, but the Mollies have found their way on through as well. Talon on the opposite side here, going to be looking to contest against the side of Sem9. Sem9 starts moving into the vehicles, hopping, pushing for the zone. Oh, cheeky spray down as Axel lands a few hits, but not enough to do the damage. Here we go, a quick little bit of a trade-off now coming in between HORAA and
That's gonna
BTR,
hurt.
both of the teams at the top of the leaderboard, now getting ended before they can even secure a single placement points. Although a lot of aggression being shown.
I'm looking at one factor. First game, it was HORAA. Second game, it was Alter Ego. Now, we are seeing the same kind of aggression from the side of EROMACY and BTR. They are the ones getting those 8-7 eliminations so far, and I can totally believe they can get it up to, ramp it up to a top-notch 15, maybe 16 eliminations as well. They just need a little bit of time. TALON Esports so far, they are giving that revive towards their players, but look at the circle stage. This amount of teams, this amount of players, 27 total teams, in this small of stage of a circle, it's not possible whatsoever without having a very heavy casualty to yourself. But there we go, Tourney K throwing a grenade. Will Big Mama be affected by it? The location is affected, but not the player. Player is still into the safe side area. Another grenade goes over. No connection. Oh my god. For a second, I thought we're finally going to have a connection. We're finally going to have a knock. No, the answer is no. EARENA 4 players, 8 elimination. Big Mama finally getting up, and TALON taking them instantly down. It's a knock, it's a confirmation, and it's a 6th elimination towards the players. As Boyza, you can see, Boyza, he has 5 individual eliminations so far.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job indeed. So TALON now looking to see if they can bank on a little bit more of this beautiful position on towards the southern side. Can still play quite a bit of an angle onto the side here of DRX now, who starts to move on up. That's going to be Tony K opening the gate here as Big Papa gets dropped right on down. YANGON Galacticos are going to be making their way out of here as well as EARENA helps them out the door. Now, TALON keeping it nice and quiet, waiting patiently to see who's going to be the next one to poke their head out, spotting a bit of an angle over towards Tony K. The action is now going to unravel here as it's going to be a full send from Nia, finding the play on towards Reboy. 2 players now left on the back line. This is going to be DRX's opportunity to go for gold. Are they going to be able to get the job done? EARENA, the next one out of here. TALON now really feeling the sting here. As you can see, Axel super low on that HP, but up comes the nade, not reaching all the way across. The Flame needs to watch out because BTR is going to come in hot. That is yet another play for TALON down. Nia now getting a little bit of that heat as BTR starts to move on forward again. Kent coming through with that mini 14, just poking into any pixel out of place. Full send coming through here from the rest of the team, but look at that hit, or a Flame just about to join the lobby along the rest of their team. Now down to the final 3 we go.
Final 3 it is, a 1 versus 4 versus 4. BTR 10 eliminations. In the front line, there's a EROMACY with the 4 players as well, and 3 of them having compound to their name. BIGETRON completely into the open, but they have like the better of the circle right now for themselves. EROMACY, the next circle, it's not going to be for these guys whatsoever, that I can say for sure, but so far, Giante, you have the opportunity to get a knockdown. Any one of the players from the EROMACY, if they can get a knockdown, then they can actually push on towards the players. But other than that, I think BTR will have the highest probability of securing that win in the chicken era. But A1, he's just chilling with those 0 elimination for the whole team and not even a single breather that his location is going to be revealed. He wants to make sure that he comes into the hashtag number 2 badly.
Yeah, well, of course, the time is going to run out very soon as we've got about 40 seconds left until we hit stage number 9. That is going to be the final zone. BIGETRON by Vitality now looking to assert themselves across the zone. Team EROMACY locking down that eastern front. And this is where things are looking pretty grim now for A1. Their solo is caught in between a rock and a hard place. Fortunately, that shack can buy them a little bit of time, but not quite sure how much time they will be allotted here. Still, 9 eliminations now for Team EROMACY versus the 10 coming through from BTR. Someone is going to try and potentially pick up 5 additional eliminations, and this one molly could end it all now for A1. Oh, Rowdy just trying to stay ahead of the Flames for the blue zone. Going to start bringing in a bit of a helping hand as it does find Delta, and it is going to be go time as the blue zone now starts to close on up. It is going to force the hand there of Tribe AEROMACY. They will have to move into BTR.
Man, I don't even know how in the world did A1 Gyante just survived over there. In fact, already survived. Now Gyante just barely managed to survive that bullet, but not for enough, as 2 players get instantly, 3 players instantly get decimated right there of the Tribe AEROMACY. That's 3 more elimination, 2 more to go. 15 elimination. The winner of the chicken dinner is loading, ladies and gentlemen, for the BIGETRON esports this time around for Drawless. Look at the right side. Look at the right side. There is a guy from the Tribe AEROMACY just waiting out for you. But wait a second, did BTR just threw a grenade at their own player? That's exactly what happened. 1 player is down, and he is in really need of that revival as soon as possible. But Rowdy throwing the Molotov, the grenades, it's all going there. The stage is closing on as well, but let's see how BTR is gonna take this opportunity into their hand to get that winner chicken dinner on the front line. The revive has been delayed. The revive has been stopped, and on top of that, that's 2 more elimination. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. It's a 3-way deadlock going around for all of these 3 teams. Molotov coming into the play. Rig still staying alive. The grenade going forward. The S12K 1897, in fact, is gonna get the connection, and the guy that was all alone throughout till the very end with 1 elimination, he's gonna get 10 additional points for that winner chicken dinner. A1 it is, ladies and gentlemen, from 0 to hero, coming straight up in match number 3.
What a clutch. What a way to ride out the storm, and what a storm it was. It was absolute chaos. It was an bloodshed of chaos just erupting all around the place here. But what a way to play it out. A1 gonna be sitting quite comfortably now with that winner chicken dinner. Of course, coming into this match, they had a few points to their name, right? A1 came in with 7, now adding at least a minimum of 10 points to their name. But here we go. What a performance indeed. Rowdy showing that they know exactly how to outlast and survive to the very, very end. Crazy performances indeed. But, of course, we got to see what those scores look like. First stop, though, it's going to be our MVP. So, Torix, this is where I ask you. Any prediction? Too late. Here we go. The answer is Rig.
We have Rig as the MVP. Even though the team couldn't get the chicken, they were super close. Oh my god, they were so close. And right now, yet they are so far from the winner of the chicken here. But still, MVP is to their name. 6 elimination, 1,266 damage. Almost 30 minutes, 29.5 minutes of survival time. This is a very big survival right there. But going into the match ranking, it is 18 points for the Tribe AEROMACY, even though they got on the hashtag number 2. BIGETRON by Vitality on the hashtag number 3. They get 18 points for themselves as well. Then we have A1 esports with 12 total points. In fact, that's 2 elimination that they managed to secure. Okay, I thought it was just 1, but no, in fact, it's 2 elimination that they're gonna have. TALON esports, a total of 11 points, 9 for DRS, 8 for EARENA. DRX is with 7, 6 for Alter Ego, alongside of 5 for HORAA. YANGON with the 3, 2 for Alpha and Boom, 1 for Sim9, RIQ Ryu. But the rest of the 4 teams, Champions, Secret, One Donkeys, Vampire, just the donuts.
Yeah, I guess there was a little bit too much sunlight over on Miramar for Vampires to have a good run. But hey, it was a very hot and heated game, as we saw some pretty impressive plays. 2 teams with 18 points. Absolutely crazy business. BIGETRON, I like the fact that they decided, this time around, it's their chance to go for the crazy scores. And of course, speaking about crazy scores, Team AEROMACY now going to be moving up into that 3rd place. As you can see them jumping up 4 slots, but BIGETRON by Vitality climbing up 10 positions all the way into 5th.
That's a very, very big jump. We're seeing so many big jumps. Last match, it was 11 total placement jumps. This time, it's a BTR with 10 placements of a jump from a second page all the way to the first page. Coming around. Hashtag number 5, 22 total points. DRX. 21. YANGON GALACTICOS, 14 total points. Alpha 7 with 14, 10 for Secret. Sem9 having 7, 6 for VOIN Donkeys. RRQ with a 6 alongside a 5 for Boom. Vampire and Champion, they're not going to move away from their directions, but you can see RRQ, VOIN Donkey, they lost some of their placements. Secret lost. Alpha 7 lost 6 placements. YANGON lost 4. So, every single match, we're seeing a lot of changes in this overall point structure, overall ranking table. Teams are not just dropping by 1 or 2 points. We're seeing a major drop of 4, 5, even 10 placements of drops, climbs, all of these scenarios.
Yeah, but that is not what you want to do on the grand finals. You want to see positive movement coming through here for the squads. But as we know, if the one team moves up, some others have to move down as a result. And, well, the one team that did quite a bit of moving here was going to be the side of A1 Rowdy, showing that they are the master with the coming through with that timing. Absolutely insane. Phenomenal performances that we've had so far. First 3 games done and dusted, right? We've had our first 2 Miramars and our first Erangel played out. We still have one more Erangel to go for. And of course, anything can happen moving into our 4th match.
Oh, that is true. That is true. Anything can happen into the match number 4, into the second Erangel that we're going to face today. But only 2 more Erangel and 1 more Miramar is remaining, ladies and gentlemen, for the rest of the day. And we will be done and dusted with day number 1. Out of, in fact, 2 days of action, we're not going to have the 3rd day. It's only just 2 days now. So 12 matches in total, out of which 3 have been played. 9 more to go. The situation is getting very intense by all of these teams, but you know, I'm loving it. I'm loving the aggression that they are showing, with every single match having a different team to their name, getting some decent number of eliminations, getting all of those swoops and rushes that come in alongside of the way. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, before heading into the match number 4, we will be heading for a short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this highlight one.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into the second half of day 1 right here in the grand finals for the Asia Showdown Season 3. My name's DK. I am joining Torix, as we are going to be going through the insanity, which is the past 3 games we've seen so far. We've seen 3 teams hitting triple or double-digit, eliminations. I'd be worried if it was triple digits, because where would they find all of them? But yes, double digits. That's what we've been seeing, and it seems like that is going to be the name of the game here today. Absolute aggression, relentless pushing, and of course, the teams trying to wrap it up as fast as they can.
I mean, everything is going so good with these teams and all of these players. One game, there's one team that's performing outstandingly. There's the second game, that's another team performing. Third game, it's a different name, and I'm loving this. Everyone having a chance to express their emotions and their gameplays. It's amazing. And just the last match, A1, the cheeky move that they just pulled off, getting that winner in a chicken dinner, it was absolutely insane. Just the 2 eliminations and a winner chicken dinner on top of that. That actually shows even if you're not taking the fight consistently head on, even if you're a solo player alive at the very end of the match, you can still have the chance to secure the winner chicken dinner for yourself, and that's exactly what we saw. But aside from that, yes, it is the map number 4. Once again, we're gonna see Erangel being played. The map of Erangel, it's definitely going to bring up some of the differences between the teams, the players, more and more maybe aggressive sides of the teams as well, because the last Erangel was kind of on, at one point in time, so much aggressive that one place, every single place, in fact 3 to 4 different places, we were having not just one fight between 2 teams. It was 3 teams coming on, 4 teams coming on at one head collision throughout this whole journey, and they were colliding. Take Shelter, for example, outskirts of Shelter. Those were some compounds, the bottom side of the Shelter area, where there were 6 teams. In fact, if our memory serves us right, DK, 6 teams came into that compound to just take the fight.
Yep, 6 teams in one compound. Still absolutely crazy. Not quite sure what on earth was going on over there, but hey, we'll see whether or not any of that insanity is going to happen this time around, as well as we have a slightly different flight path to the first one. Right, the first one was very south, starting over on towards the western part, just west of Quarry, heading over towards Novo Repnoya. Now, this time around, it's coming from the military island all the way up towards Stolba. So a slight shift in the approach, but let's see where that zone is going to be taking us. Will it lean over towards that far eastern side again, or will it take us somewhere else?
I mean, that's the question, where the circle is going to take these players, in fact, is going to force them, in fact, if I have to say, to which direction. So far, Vampire, for some reason, I'm seeing them at the very bottom of the military base island to the hard south. But yes, they have an easy entry in the circle. Nobody's going to be pushing them up from that angle. Nobody's going to be even poking them, knowing that even if they are there or not, they're going to be completely invisible. But Pachinki, I'm seeing 2 different teams near the area, but not close enough to engage and start that fight. DRS and Champions, on the other hand, whereas Champion, we're still seeing them glide to the Milta power plant. Milta City is being contested by the DRS. Rozok has a Boom Esports, Talon maybe near, as well as a BIGETRON by Vitality on top of that as well. So Alter Ego going to these guys, just a single guy. Rosemary close to the proximity of Alpha 7. This is the first initial fight that we might see at this point in time, as Alpha 7 is in the front lines. Alter Ego is in this particular location as well, with Rosemary 911 being here, getting a shotgun connected. Alpha 7, that's the first one down right there. First blood has been drawn.
Yeah, first blood has been drawn indeed. Now, it's going to be to see whether or not the rest of Alpha 7 are going to be able to survive. We do have Sen up right here, up at the top. Nice little bit of Overwatch coming through from Rosemary. Are they going to be able to get that res up in Krypton? That will be the big question, but hey, there we go. Alter Ego moving in, clearing house. And now, the rest of Alpha 7 are going to look to move on up. Up comes Revo. Are they going to be able to maybe clutch this one? Krypton, not quite sure what happened there, but there was no attempt being made to get that res to bring Alter Ego back up to a 4-piece. Now, hitting on the Vespa.
Oh.
There could be a play here for Alpha now to go flying down the hill.
You don't see this anywhere but here, taking a Vespa from one location to another. Okay, this is absolutely criminal at this point. Oh my god, Alter Ego, you're in desperate need to find the cars, find the vehicles for yourself. But going into the champions so far, champions have also lost some of their players, at least one. The second guy is close near the DRS, but DRS misses their shots. Keno finally is going to go towards his own teammates. He's actually dragging the DRS's player, in fact, to that direction. Maybe he's baiting them up. As soon as the champion one is back to their teammate, the shots that are going to come around from that angle towards these players, it's definitely going to be phenomenal. But here we go. DRS so far. Dan Chad, no car whatsoever. He's just on his barefoot, so running. Whereas JD example, they're like, okay, we're coming back to get you guys. But still, it's just the first stage. It's just the first phase. 4 minutes more before the first stage even closes up. Stage number 1 is not going to bring any kind of destructive moves for any of the teams.
Yeah, well, let's see now what is going to come through here as Team Secret are just pushing further and further out of that Pachinki region. Now heading out into the fields. Fortunately for Frankie here, there's nobody currently making their way through this. So there is still quite a bit of an opportunity for that repositioning to come on in. But I'm curious to see where the next big crazy fight is going to break out. Oh, here we go. Shots connecting in.
I don't know. I don't know for sure. Maybe it's definitely going to be a fight, but not a crazy fight whatsoever. Alpha 7 on the other hand, taking the fight versus Alter Ego. There we go. That's a knockdown right there. Rosemary gets a finisher. Alter Ego also losing not one, but 2 of their players. And now with the duo alongside of Alpha 7's trio, they only managed to secure 1 player. In fact, if my memory serves me right, they took down 2 of the players of the Alpha 7, and that's exactly what happened. Both of the parties actually managed to secure 2 of each of the players. Now, with that duo, Alter Ego, Alpha 7, Alter Ego still on the very top of the leaderboard. HORAA Esports are right close to them with just 4 points of a difference right now. It can be taken in this match, maybe in the next one. But yes, there's a high probability that HORAA Esports, if they play it good, this match at the very least, they're definitely coming on top, on the very top of the leaderboard. And just look at the amount of placement, total points, the differentiation between the number 2 and the number 3. 42 all the way down to 28. That's 14 points of a difference going around, meaning without a chicken dinner, without some decent number of elimination plus a chicken dinner, you're not going to be able to like overtake the number 2 or the number 1.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be pretty tough on them, so let's see if there is going to be any catching being done here. Team AEROMACY, the closest team now to that top 2, but as we know, the prize pool only goes to 5th place. So DRX also very close to getting entry to that top 5. Same can be said for A1 as well as TALON and EARENA. A few bumper car plays coming through here as Federales gets stopped in that play. Not going to be able Federale to continue heading straight on forward. A1 now feeling a little bit of heat here as TALON are going to be poking over the rooftops, taking fire, looking to see if they can maybe halt any kind of advances or rotations going past them.
I mean, right now, this is still the stage number 1 that's going to close. 55 seconds of more, and the stage will become the stage number next. But 18 out of 18 teams, there's only the player casualties going around, and kill feed has actually lit up once again. Some of the players are taken their opponents down, getting them eliminated. YANGON is one of the reasons. DRS's player, one player at the very least, is on his knee so far. So whatever DRS is doing, they have to like change that direction. They have to get that player revived up. But oh, wait a second, that player has changed to not just one, but two now. DRS losing their two players, but that's just knockouts. There's still hope for the DRS to get that revived, but YANGON Galacticos, on the other hand, they're gonna lose their player, get it knocked down, and it's a confirmation straight up.
Well, let's see where this next push is going to take us. Whether or not YANGON Galacticos are going to be able to get the rush in on towards DRS. Cloud up on the ridge, finds a beautiful hit, takes quite a bit of damage in exchange as well. Now it's going to be Samsa looking to close it up, and that is going to be YANGON Galacticos out of here. Out they go in 18th, the first team making their way to the lobby.
It's the one team, ladies and gentlemen. That's our first team of this match, of the match number 4, to get fully wiped out of this lobby. DRS also is going to give that revive to their own teammates, but oh, this circle shift going Gatka region, going to the quarry areas. These particular locations are definitely going to be completely out into the open, so you only have your own car to get yourself covers, maybe a hovercraft that will come into the play if you want to have a decent amount of cover for yourself. But aside from that, look at Gatka. There's not just 1, 2, that's 3 to 4 different teams. But Frankie, you're on fire, you are lit. But Terang also cooking a grenade, gonna throw near the team BTR's player. It's gonna go. It's not gonna get the connectivity. The player's still gonna be on the 75% HP that he is, but Secret's losing their player in a different location. Zarus alongside of Terang, alongside of Frankie. It's these 3 players, but Terang gets taken down. Zarus is gonna throw a in fact smoke grenade. He's gonna smoke the place up and move close, maybe near the BTR. But first, it's gonna be a grenade. And no connectivity. Oh my God, you were so close, but no connectivity whatsoever. TS Frankie waiting for the team to enter. There we go. BTR has not only just entered, they have successfully taken this compound almost for themselves, as one more player is lone HP, but the comes into the play, taking the one player down, but now he's the final hope. He's the only hope of the team, and they're getting pushed. Team Secret out of the match, and BTR with 2 decent eliminations.
Well, let's see whether or not BTR are going to be able to find even more now. They're not quite out of the woods. Still quite a few teams just hovering around in the vicinity. As you can see, we did see Deathstorm over towards that western side. So A1 as well as EARENA up on the ridge. So BIGETRON might have a little bit of a tough time now moving forward from here.
I mean, this is still not that intense of a circle that we're making it out to be. But yes, the intensity is definitely there, because the amount of teams, the more teams that are alive, the more intense it's going to be. Stage number 2, it's closing on in 15 seconds, and I see 4 teams. The A7, Vampire, DRS, Ultra Eagle, still facing that damage of the blue zone. They're still not in the safe zone area where they're not receiving the blue damage. HORAA Esports has one of their players down, knocked out. Someone needs to get that revival done upon the players, but HORAA versus Drive AEROMACY. It's a 1-2 ratio to 2, but HORAA Esports is also going to lose 2 of their players. That's the second one down as well. It's a 2 versus 2. A1, the last match of Winner Chicken Takers, close to EARENA, close to Boom, close to BTR. So they're kind of into the center point of these 3 different teams, but Drive AEROMACY versus HORAA, and HORAA wins it over. 4 elimination to HORAA's name, and they're going to have still the second placement point, second total overall ranking placement for themselves. But HORAA, the fight has not yet stopped. There is another team, VOIN Donkeys, is into the play. They're hungry to get more and more eliminations even for themselves. As No Fear giving that revive to Jiggle. He leaves, he even moves his hand, and it's over for Jiggle at that point. Jiggle.
Well, let's see whether or not HORAA are going to be able to follow through on the assault here, as you've mentioned, right, lost Sleepy already. No Fear up on the front line, just trying to keep a little bit of overwatch here, while Jiggle and Sky takes to the sky as they move further and further afield, looking for all the possible angles they could look to secure. Nice quick reposition here. I love this angle now that they have down into the opposing side. But is that going to be enough, though, to secure the finishes? Will they be able to get those plays on in? HORAA starting to rotate up. Oh, they could actually get in front of VOIN Donkey. RRQ, though, in the meantime, will be ended by the side of Sem9. Now the pressure is going to be on. Will Manpa be able to get their team back into fighting form as A1 looks onto EARENA? The rotations continuing to just compound onto each other here. And again, it is getting more and more spicy as we progress further.
It's constantly getting spicy, spicier, spiciest at this point. Alpha A1, in fact, so far. Alpha 7, they are still alive, but a solo. 2 elimination, and that's not looking good. But yes, A1 is on our screen right now, and we have talked about this multiple times. But wait a second, CJ Boy, he has a VSS? After all of this time, after a long time, I'm seeing someone use a VSS. Maybe because they don't have any more options on their gun arsenal. That's why they're using a VSS. But in this particular location, I would say this mountain ridges, the outskirts of the Gutka, VSS makes wonderful choice of a gun. It definitely helps a lot majority of the time. But EARENA so far, not a lot of movements. They know they're in the circle. They are somewhere in the decent position of the circle. But for some reason, NC2, he wants the team to push. He is making sure that his location is known to the other players.
Well, let's see what is going to happen here. If that bait from NC2 is going to work out. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Vampires hitting into the side of DRX. Now, Tony K going to try and find a bit of an opportunity here, trying to steal a few of those elimination points away from them. VOIN Donkey also going to be holding steadily over on towards that eastern side, but they don't seem to be all too phased with the shots going off around them. Revo up on the ridge line, continuing to move on up, going to try and utilize the terrain to sneak their way back into a little bit more of a secure angle here. But again, a very challenging spot that they find themselves in. It is going to be Alter Ego going toe-to-toe now with VOIN Donkey. The push is there. Potato going to be hiding in the little corner there. Zeta could get met with a little bit of aggression here, but a quick reposition, and down they go. The nades find the damage, but not soon enough.
In fact, Zeta got knocked out by Potato's grenade. Imagine if that grenade would have hit first. That would have been an instant elimination of VOIN Donkeys, at least Zeta at that point. And you know what's going to happen next for Potato. It's his own teammates giving him a lecture on how to throw the grenades at that point. But here we go. HORAA Esports versus in fact, Vampire Esports into the front line, but DRS also alongside of the proximity of Sem9. The hovercraft here, the player's gonna get out. It is a face-to-face fight, and JD loses it up. It's a knockdown, it's a confirmation, and in an instant, the backside of fire comes in to Sem9's player as well. Yuhai is trying to get the cover done onto players, but he himself managed to get into the compound. Now DRS, they're pushing as example comes into the close of the 56 windowed building, but there we go, example gets taken down. Yuhai is here, front lines. It's still the S12K. The DBS is not getting any kind of connection. DBS versus DBS, and I would say S12K would have been a better choice at this point, because after the 2 bullets you get a slight bit of a reload. Yes, the bullet trace, it's definitely good for the DBS, and he actually managed to get it off. DRS out of the match, 5 eliminations on the hashtag number 12, but still 11 more teams to go. 4th stage has commenced, and it has started. In fact, it started to close on, even though yes, Sem9 is in the circle. They have the blue, in fact, the safe zone for themselves. There's definitely going to be a lot of teams, a lot of names that maybe trying to hold her up this position just because it is at the very corner and it is the hard shift of the circle.
Well, we'll find out soon what is going to be the mentality of the teams going through the remainder of this game. But looking at the northern side, it is absolutely jam-packed with players all over the place. HORAA now trying to get themselves back into the swing of things as Jiggle has been knocked down. No Fear is going to get that race through. Vampire just lurking on the edge, going to wait for an opportunity. And there's a quick re-knock now onto Jiggle. It's going to be Vinna being an absolute menace at this point. Hovercraft also just getting in the way trying to protect the player. But now, Champion Esports, unfortunately, will not be able to survive as the grenades have connected on through. Vampire coming through with a follow-up. The vehicles are coming into play. And here we have that zone shift going back over towards the west.
It's west. It's the journey to west now for all of these teams that are outside. They need to get into their cars and they need to move as soon as possible. HORAA Esports, they're not going to be able to survive throughout this game at the very least, but they still managed to take down the first spot for themselves. Alter Ego is now 2 points behind, or maybe they're actually in the same point marker. Yes, they are in the same points marker. BTR, they're the only one into the top 5 that's alive so far with 25 points in total, with 22 points of the total and 3 in this match elimination. DRX down to the last guy. It is TALON Esports versus Boom. It's happening. The grenade, the shots, the connectivity, it happened. TALON Esports lost to 1 player, but now TALON Esports, how are you going to retaliate with the 3 players that you have remaining against the Team Boom Esports? Flame going to get out of the compound. Once again, is going to move back in. The grenade from Erangel side is going to take down Johan. Johan, as he's knocked out. Boom Esports, whether they like it or not, now they will have to come close into the area to get that revival done. They know at this point that, okay, the player might still be into the cover because it's the top of the ridge. Nobody's going to be pushing forward, because if they do, they're instantly going to be spotted down. But Yoru, he's still cooking those grenades. He's throwing it up randomly in hopes to get any kind of connection, but a grenade did come close to him. He's lucky enough to survive so far, but 9 total teams, out of which you can already see five teams in the single northeastern corner.
That is going to be a pretty hot and pressured position to play from, but it's going to be Boom Esports trying to hold on. They do succeed as they take down TALON and managing to hold on to all 4 the players. But for how much longer will they be able to do that, as the rush is going to come through? There we have it. BTR now moving into position, looking to capitalize. BRX also getting absolutely packed on up. Off they go. So the numbers starting to crumble. We only have 7 teams left. It's still going to be Boom. Oh, beautiful play there from Kent. Coming in with a drop shot, just making it so difficult here for Boom Esports to hold on. Now, as you can see, A1, they're going to be starting to ride that ridge as well. Trying to sneak in, come in behind a very wounded and battered BTR. And now with the final 6 teams, it is still essentially anyone's game to take here.
I mean, this is still... It's still these 6 teams' chances to secure the winner of a chicken dinner. And out of all of these teams, not even a single one has got a decent number of eliminations throughout this whole 3 matches journey that we have witnessed so far. Sem9, they have the 9 elimination. This can be the start for the Sem9, but A1, they had the chicken dinner of the last match, right? If they take another winner of a chicken dinner, let's see what's going to happen. How is it going to affect their overall ranking? But oh my god, CJ, boy, you beauty. Getting a connection with this much of like a slow short of time. Get a peek, get a shot, get a knockdown right there. But no, still not the momentum that you need to aggress and rush on the teams, because you know you have the corner off the circle. The stage number 7 is definitely going to be intense, and you don't want to lose your particular compounds that you have for yourself so far. But A1 Flash is here trying to get on top of the cars. Turney K finally being revved as well. 2 eliminations to the EARENA, but at the 4 man still at their disposal. It's a great start. It's a great game for the team EARENA as well. Aside from the EARENA, there is Vampire Esports. That's alive with the 4-man squad. The rest of them, it's a trio, it's a duo, and yeah, there's no solo whatsoever.
Well, the nice thing about the hovercraft is at least you're not as vulnerable as you are in the cars, right? Even though you can still get whipped out of it, as you've mentioned earlier. But now, Sem9, they don't have the luxury of a hovercraft for the rest of the rotation, right? They're going to have to opt for a vehicle as they move on forward. Manpa taking so much damage. Yuhai quickly just peeling out of the car, trying to hop on in. As we do see Sem9 taking occupancy of a good centralized compound. One of the only few left in the zone. VOIN Donkey, though, they're going to be holding over towards that eastern side, but the west is where the pressure will be. It's going to be Vampires now looking to get themselves situated as they come pushing on forward. EARENA going to be the first squad now looking to welcome them on in. Let's see, will they be able to get the job done? Are they going to be welcoming them in with warm barrels, or will the Vampire Esports squad get the jump on them? Of course, Vampire is now doing a good job this time around, coming through with those 4 eliminations, essentially doubling their points that they came into this match with. But are they going to be able to push it all the way to potentially maybe even that top 3, looking for even more? A1 being an absolute menace, also then coming through from that northern side. I like the contention and the pressure that these teams are applying on each other. But now, look at this though. Mueller going to try and use the vehicle to get a good lay of the land, looking into that top window. Meanwhile, VOIN Donkey going to try and fend off BTR as they continue to push. So much pressure coming in here.
BIGETRON by Vitality. BIGETRON by Vitality. 7 elimination. Close to VOIN Donkeys. And no connection whatsoever so far. But EARENA versus Vampire. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. The grenade from the BTR actually connected towards the VOIN Donkeys as well. Now the circle's closing on. You have to push. You have to go. Potato is the final hope for the team. And VOIN Donkeys is Potato. He's going to throw the grenade. It's definitely going to hit a lot. It's going to do a damage. But not enough to get the player out. In fact, it's going to fuel Federalis' urges to push. And he pushes. Gets that elimination. We're in the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. With 9 elimination at the arsenal. At the disposal of BIGETRON by Vitality. There's a Vampire Esports fighting with EARENA. A1 making their entry against Vampire Esports as well with the grenade. They managed to secure a knockdown. It's a confirmation. In fact, it's a second knockdown on Vampires, this player, as Winner J, he gets finished off by just getting eliminated with his HP being knocked out. The second one gets a finisher. The third one, last of the Vampire, also gets a finisher. A1, this is the 3rd elimination that they're gonna have, but BTR, Sem9 with 9 eliminations and 3 players alive. EARENA with 4 eliminations, 3 players alive. It's definitely a potential of a 3 versus 3 versus 3 that can actually commence. But A1 also has like 3 eliminations and 3 man standing. It's a standoff of 4 different teams, equilibrium of 4 different teams, 3 versus 3 versus 3 versus 3 at this point. A1 pushing forward. EARENA in the front lines. Turney K dodging his bullets, going into the back. Grenade is being cooked. He's finally out of the house. In fact, but another one comes in straight on his face, gets that as well, stay connected, and with this, now potentially A1 is down to the 2, down to the 1, and this solo guy, he's just chilling, he's just thrown down into the back lines, and that is CJ Boy. CJ Boy, you have to do something, but EARENA, this is a decent number of points that they're gonna finally have for themselves. A1 pushing on, close in, 1897 getting a connection, and A1 out of the match. 3 versus 3 versus 3, 9 elimination, Sem9, 9 elimination BTR, and 7 for Team EARENA.
Well, so far it does seem like Sem9 and BTR do have a slight bit of an advantage. EARENA now managing to bring their 3rd player back into the fight, but they are outside of the zone. They need to find a way in. It's going to be Mormon, the next one to get dropped on down. It's going to be Firen opening the play onto NC2, and now EARENA down to a solo. Tony K going to try and hold on, maybe apply a little bit of that pressure. Get a little bit more aggressive now onto the side of Mormon. Want to get that res in. Make sure that they have 2 players at least to move forward in this fight. But BTR, they're not going to sit around and wait. They're going to start to just apply themselves onto the edge of zone. High though, is going to be the one to snag that finish. As we now see Sem9 up to 10 elims. BTR get the other elims. So both squads now sitting here with double digits and 3 players left to defend. So talk about a fair battleground. This is exactly what we are going to be looking at. But Sem9 don't need to get the whole squad into the zone. I mean, Kent, though, for BTR, has a very secure position all the way towards that eastern side of zone.
I mean, I love this, how EARENA got divided by these 2 teams. VDR was like, I'm gonna have one elimination. 7-9 is also like, yeah, I'm gonna have the other one. And with this, EARENA was just out of the proximity of the game. We're down to the top two, 3 versus 3. 7-9 in the compounds. BIGETRON by Vitality having the upper ground, but 8th stage closing on 48 meters outside. You are Federalis. Bumblebee is going to be taken down. Firen is going to instantly decimate the guy. He has been fully finished off. Federalis also spotted. It's a knockdown, and down to the last guy they go. And it is. And I think, from what I can assume, Kent's location is also like completely revealed out. So he can only manage to maybe get 1 elimination, 2 elimination maximum, but it is looking a very great winner chicken dinner for the 7-9's as player. Behind the rock that they are, throwing grenades, coming up, it's coming, the grenade's coming, not any connection. The second one closes up, it's definitely going to be a damage. A Molotov on its way as well. Oh my god, the situation is going so intense. Grenade on the face, and there we have it. UI getting the final grenade in the coffin and getting everything decimated for the team, getting the win of a chicken dinner. It is 7-9 with 13 elimination points.
Yeah, a pretty strong finish coming into yet another game here. Match number 4 done and dusted. So we've now seen 4 different teams securing themselves the victory. BTR definitely choosing to bounce back aggressively coming into this game. And I think it was about time, right? BIGETRON by Vitality, they were sitting on 22 points, so there was, of course, a golden opportunity for them to really step it up. And boy, did they step it up. 7-9, though, gonna lock it in here, coming through with their glorious finish. Getting that winner chicken dinner, doing quite a bit of damage along the way. They also started off with 7 points to their name. Now adding to that big fat finish, it is going to be quite the one for them to lock it in. And I'm curious to see how this then will reflect over onto the points, because I mean, both these teams did a phenomenal job, but you got to give it up to Firen coming through as our MVP for the match, nearly hitting 900 damage and 5 eliminations.
It is those 5 eliminations, 895 damage, close to 900, but survival time of 27 minutes on almost the clock. That's a good start as well. That is definitely a good MVP ranking. But one thing, the MVP finally matters from this point onward, like from the today's onward, because you're gonna have the $50 for that top MVP player going into the match ranking. 23 total points. BIGETRON by Vitality on the other hand securing 16. EARENA with 12, 8 for Vampire, 7 for A1, Boom with 7 as well, 6 for HORAA, VOIN Donkeys with the 5, DRS with the 5, Alter Egos with 4, 2 for Alpha, 7, DRX, Champions, RQ, YANGON with the 1, and TALON, Tribe, and Secret with 0 whatsoever. This is the match ranking of the match number 4, the second phase of Erangel's and the Miramars done and dusted, meaning we're down to the last 2. 1 more Miramar, 1 more Erangel.
Yep, that is going to be pretty hot and sweaty. BIGETRON finishing strong there. Got to love it for them. EARENA again showing us that they can still pack quite a bit of a punch, but it's all going to come down to what those overall standings show and where these teams find themselves. That will indicate how much work they are yet to do. AEROMACY and EARENA now going to be tied on 28 points, and of course 48 points tie up at the top between HORAA Esports and Alter Ego. So the pressure is on BIGETRON, now closing that gap to only a 10-point difference between second and third place. But what an attempt it has been so far. It is all going to boil down to the wire. The final few games here, at least for today, to see where the teams will find themselves moving into the last day, which is going to be coming in tomorrow. So, yeah, only 8 games remain. That's it. 8 matches left, and then we'll have our victor.
We sure will. We sure will have our victors after, 8 more matches to go. But so far, it is the first chart from 48 all the way down to the 22. That's 26 points of the difference that we're seeing from the number 1 to the number 9. Going into the second chart, we will definitely see a lot of more points of a difference, because I still believe the bottom line teams, the one that are up until top 15. 15 onward to 18, they will still have less than 10 points to their name. We will do have to see that, what's going to happen. But going over there, it is... no, in fact, 15 has 10, 16 has 10, 7 for RRQ, and champions with just the 2. But at the very top of the plate number 2, it is TALON with 18 and 16 for Alpha 7. Sticking on the hashtag number 11 for Alpha 7. 15 points for YANGON. They're going to lose 2 of their placement. Boom Esports is going to climb some placement points and some rankings for themselves with 12 total points. And VOIN Donkeys staying on the 14th with 11 points as well.
Yeah, interesting tally that we see here with the overall points. So it does mean that there's still a lot of opportunity for teams, especially at the top side of that second page, from 10th place all the way to, I'd say, probably 13th, to still contest at least for the top 9 and maybe even for the top 5. But there we have it, our chicken dinner winners so far for the day in each of our matches. Them 9 coming in with the last one here. 2 more to go. Only 2 chickens up for grabs. And hey, whoever gets that chicken is going to be smiling quite a bit at the end of the day.
Oh, he definitely will. He definitely will be smiling the rest of the day at the very least. And on top of that, whoever is going to have the number 1 spot, that guy is also going to be smiling whatsoever. But yes, how much of a difference can you actually make between the number 1, number 2, and the number 3 placement? This is a big question after the 6 initial matches of the day number 1. But right, ladies and gentlemen, before heading to the match number 5, let's go for a short bit of highlighted break. You guys don't have to go anywhere. Enjoy the highlights. Make sure you're liking the stream and make sure you're subscribing to the channel. And we will see you on the other side of the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're getting ready to move into our final Miramar right here in day 1 of the Asia Showdown Season 3. Grand final so far, absolutely phenomenal. The teams performing like the legends that they are. But of course, now the big question is going to be, who's going to be securing our 5th winner chicken dinner for the day? And of course, our very last Miramar winner chicken dinner. So far, a few contenders have risen to the occasion. Of course, the last one we saw went straight over to the players there from Team AEROMACY. So, yeah, AEROMACY definitely have an opportunity to lock in even more success. But the question is, will they be able to get the job done, right? Are they going to be able to have their hand at that chicken, or will they be maybe running into quite a bit of opposition along the way? Because if you remember, the first one went straight into the hands there of the players from DRX. So the pressure is going to be on. The contenders are going to step it up, and if the zone works along with them, there's going to be a lot of trouble along the way.
Oh, there's definitely going to be a lot of trouble along the way if the zone did not work out for them. But yes, it's the Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, the final Miramar of the day number 1. Oh, it's definitely going to be an intense one. Imagine the plane line going bad, but nope. Nope. I am wrong. The plane line is actually going to favor somewhat of the teams from the Sorayama that it goes down to the Los Agosta, Partona area. So El Pozo is the only place I'd say that's not going to be accessible. Other than that, Los Leones, El Azaz, San Martin, Hacienda, Picado, Power Grid, all of those crucial placement place locations where the teams do generally drop off. They're absolutely available for the teams. Los Leones being, I'd say, the center point of the contestation, we can assume, in at least at this match, unless the team decides to go to a different location. Because last even Miramar, there was 3 to 4 teams in the Los Leones alone.
Yeah, I mean, Los Leones sometimes is an interesting place to move through here. But again, it being so vast, the teams won't find each other that easily necessarily. But it's all going to depend on where this first zone is going to be taking us. For the time being, it is going to be HORAA Esports all the way up in towards Torre Ahumada. So no one there to even be stressed about, as they are very far removed from the rest of the teams, at least with their position on the map for now. We'll see soon what that zone is going to be doing and just how far these teams will have to rotate. Ooh, over to the western side, centering up onto the El Pozo fields. This is going to be an interesting showdown.
It definitely will be an interesting one, that we can assume for sure. But the circle going all the way to the different direction than the plane line, it actually shows that it wants the chaos as well for all of the teams, all of these players as well at this point. And that's exactly what they're going to receive. That's exactly what they are going to have for themselves. But wait a second, IC79 player still dropping down. Oh, come on. From the parachute. But there's also one, U-High, that's already knocked out.
Let's see if Sem9 can bounce back. One play down so early on is maybe a little bit of a troubling angle. But it doesn't seem like there's too much for them to be too concerned about. They are going to be able to make it up in towards Monte Nuevo unobstructed. Go about their looting phase. Potentially -1 player though.
I mean, this is just the start and potentially the -1 player. I kind of want to see that single player. Where is he? Who is responsible for that knockout, for that elimination? Because he's receiving a lot of damage. Maybe he's AFK, maybe he's in the water or somewhere in like a position where he's receiving the damage constantly. Because that amount of HP drop is not normal. But Erangel is the one responsible for that first elimination, and that's what's going to happen. Erangel is going to have that first elimination from the TALON Esports side. It's a contestation against TALON Esports that we witnessed at the very start, and the rest of the team of the Sem9, they were able to get out of there unscathed, but only 1 casualty whatsoever. How they're going to like utilize and change this elimination into their own favor to the next phases, this is a big question. But so far it is a One Donkeys versus BIGETRON on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. The parties, the teams are right in front of us. But oh my god, there we go. There we have it. That's one knockdown. Potato's down. It's a confirmation on Potato and one elimination to the name of BTR.
Well, let's see if that is going to play out in their favor now. The confirmation, one elimination, as you said. Now just getting what limited loot there was in that box. Of course, it is still early stage, so there's not going to be all too much to grab from the opponent's boxes. RRQ, though, going to look to play for elevation as they now start to go up the hill. It's good to see that you can now drive up the hill going forward as opposed to having to reverse your way back up there, right? You don't have to look down to where you came from. You can look up to where you're going.
I mean, if you know, I mean, gravity only works if you're looking down, right? That's what my childhood has taught me. So maybe that's why they're finally looking up, defying the gravity, getting up there. But aside from that, looking at the team RRQ so far, it's a 2 players only here, but Lapov finally getting into the car, the rest of the players in a different direction, close to the proximity. I can see a different team, champions, I do believe so, on the very mountain top where one of the players was moving from. But DRS, so far, they're on our screen. And what I can assume from the DRS is DRS kind of wants those fights to happen. That's why they went Hacienda del Patron, the San Martin area. They got that golden Mirado, but there was nobody even remotely close to them to get that contestation done. And because of this, not only they're out of that unscathed without even a single casualty or even a single damage, they're here trying to find more people.
Yeah, so they started with their road to El Dorado and then they got the golden Mirado. So yeah, I like the change. HORAA though, yeah, also pretty high and elevated. I wonder if they're going to try and squeeze the whole squad up in there. I hope they've got weapons, because why else would you be situated so high up, being able to see opponents rotating in, but you can't do anything other than shout at them. And unfortunately, this being Miramar, the sound doesn't travel too well. The heat does break up the sound waves quite a bit. But of course, then it is going to be the players here from A1 coming in on that southern side of the zone. Going to be looking for their spot to call home, at least for this next phase. But there's still 2 minutes left until the blue zone is going to close up completely.
Well, the blue zone's definitely going to close up completely. But so far, it's the first stage that's closing on and not a single fight. The Miramar's finally changing the momentum, ladies and gentlemen, for these teams, for these players. They're finally going from the aggressive to a little passive. 17 teams into the match, but still, that's one thing. That one team that did not join, we're finally back to the starting that we took flight from. 17 teams. Not the 18 full lobby. RRQ on the top of the mountain, but right below them, it's a HORAA. It's entering this vicinity. No God, finally getting down. It's Doc. It's confirmation. It's a beautiful elimination to the name of HORAA. Not only that elimination number, but the top of the mountain as well for them.
Well, it's going to be a sweet, sweet spot to be in, as they are able to hold on a little while longer, playing to be the kings of the big hill as they hold steady. Now, try AEROMACY out in the open. Not quite sure where they're going. I thought they were heading up into Chumacera, but turns out it was maybe just a little bit of a detour before fully committing to that. They do already have their first initial scout in there, as you can see Trix taking up position. Now it's going to be a Rig and the rest of the team looking to get this one sorted out. So again, a good, decent stop along the way as they make that push in anticipation of several other teams maybe rotating up along that southern line. It is going to be an interesting one to see once we get to that point. But now, yeah, it is going to be Vampire Esports just making sure their weapons work properly. Not that there's anything for them to shoot at just yet. I say that, and then EARENA starts moving in the distance.
I mean, this is still one of the phases that we're going to see not a lot of fights to actually commence on. we're going to see a stalemate. But yes, there will be those short fights, one player getting eliminated, two players maybe getting eliminated, but we haven't even seen a full team being annihilated at this point in time. It's just those initial, okay, 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 players being dead. No, it's still that. It's still going on. Unless it's the stage number 3 now. I can assume that we're not going to see that much of a casualty fight that we have seen throughout this whole day so far, but VP, Vampire Esports versus M9, Fire gets taken down, it's a knockdown, it's a confirmation. Vampire Esports is also going to lose one of their players as well into this trade-off, but wait a second, did these two guys from the VP just managed to secure the 3 eliminations and just got an instant annihilation on M9?
Yes, they did, but they might not live long enough to celebrate, as we do see TALON moving in on that western side. And then there's even more moving in on their east as well. So they have to be really quick about how they get to play through these positions, right? BTR also starting to expand their reach as they're now taking up the fields. Very centered up within the zone. Interesting angle that they've decided to go for here. It does give them a little bit of an opportunity, especially for the teams rotating up from that southern side. But as we saw up on towards their northwestern front, it is going to be quite difficult to spot a good angle onto HORAA. We have now playing for that elevated angle. Meanwhile, EARENA also holding a nice little bit of a spread here. And I think this is what makes this area so exciting is all the mountains and the hills and cliffs the teams can get themselves positioned on. You got to keep your head on an absolute swivel. As you can see, Kayor just hitting the shots, but unfortunately not being able to convert that into a knock just yet.
Oh my god, but on the top of the mountain, on the top of this mountain location, mountain range, we are seeing a HORAA versus RRQ, in which case HORAA Esports wins it over, get that fight for themselves, but 2 of their own players is right now knocked out. Do not show your face there. Do not take a peek on that very bottom line, because the rest of the team RRQ, they're looking at you from the other side of the mountain. Foster you finally gonna drop down, gets eliminated. The car has been blown into bits, so you can't even get out of this place unscathed. You have to drop down, you have to get knocked out. Someone has to come there to get that revival done on you. But here we go, another stage, stage number 3. It's about to happen, it's about to commence, and it's gonna go towards the western side area, Monte Nuevo. It's still somewhat in the circle. TALON, they're scattered onto the roadside. Maybe the mountain ranges are also into their favor. A1, I'm seeing them close to DRX's proximity. The fight can happen, but in the mini screen, you can see Boom Esports finally taking the fight, getting a knockdown. It's Team Secret versus Boom Esports.
Yeah, like to see it. Now let's see whether or not they are going to be able to close it up, though. A slight bit of a ranged assault across the way between the two. Alter Ego going to be feeding that heat as Frankie comes knocking on the door as well. HORAA will need to find a way to get themselves out of that blue zone, as it is going to absolutely devour them. But now, Tribe AEROMACY, they're going to be looking to play on the southern edge of zone. Got to watch out for Champion behind him, though, but their main focus is going to be on the edge here alongside Vampire Esports.
I mean, Vampire Esports, the location, it's kind of like a centralized position for Vampire, but there's so many teams into the surrounding sides that even if they're taking the fight with one team, there's always the possibility of the rest of the teams to actually commence on these guys from a third-party angle from a very long range. So it's a double-edged sword. Whether you're in like a safe zone location, you have not even a single placement, single location like your backside, your left, or your right into a complete safe side area. It's definitely going to be one of the few places where you might get those shots connected on you, but so far it is HORAA. RRQ is gonna lose it up, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is another name that will be wiped out of this game. 14 teams remaining, and 14 teams, of which 52 players are going to be playing. Some players just definitely got knocked out, finished off. But HORAA, Sky, I know your name is Sky, but that doesn't mean that you can jump down from the sky.
Yeah, if HORAA believe they can fly, I don't know if they're gonna make it in though. It's a long way down. But as we saw, they are making attempts to get themselves back up in towards the zone. It's all about angles for at this point. And now, speaking about angles, A1 gonna be looking to play the position here onto TALON. They've got 2 players from what we can see just on that minimap held up ahead of them. Vampire Esports, they know that someone is in the area. There's going to be EARENA just up on the high ground. And then, of course, as we can see just alongside them there, we've got another team holding steady. DRS, though, going to be feeding that sting as Mochi sends it out, finds the hits. And now Samsa needs to try and figure out what to do from here.
Oh my god, it's a back and forth going on, ladies and gentlemen. It's a back and forth going on. It's back-to-back those eliminations happening. VOIN Donkeys versus DRS. DRS losing their players. JD is down as well, and Samsa, the final hope for the team. He's trying. He manages to get out of this, at least location. But the location that he has gone to, there's another name. Right there, and he is definitely gonna get those shots. There we go. Erangel is getting that final nail in the coffin. DRS with 1 elimination out of the match. Hashtag number 14. Okay, this is gonna be disastrous. This is actually gonna be disastrous of the gameplay that we're saying. 13 teams still alive, and this much of a time has passed by. 15 minutes have passed by so far. It's already super insane on that amount, on that occasion. So whatever these teams, whatever these players in fact are doing, they have to start aggressing it up at this point, because if they don't, the things are only come and bite you for as long as you're gonna delay the inevitables.
Well, they can only delay it for so much longer. It's going to be Zeta now trying to push. Oh, but look at this. It's going to be HORAA getting absolutely picked apart. VOIN Donkey capitalizing on a brief moment of opportunity as they step up. They get the hits, and that's it. 4 eliminations to their name. But now Zeta needs to get back into towards zone. Otherwise, all of that would have been for naught. Now, in the top 12, they're going to try and just quickly edge their way on through. But there's still quite a few teams just positioned ahead of them. So, no security just yet. EARENA, though, going to try and figure out what their approach will be. You can see EARENA moving up. Ooh, BTR and YANGON GALACTICOS now also getting ready for a little bit of an exchange. Miramar trying to play that awareness, to get their head on the swivel. VOIN Donkey coming through with a push. The angles are coming in from all sides, and VOIN Donkey will get themselves eliminated.
Yup, they did. VOIN Donkeys out of the match as well. This is not looking good for them as well. Right here, BTR is also going to face the casualties, and in a single instance, it's all over for them as well. In the smash, there's a lot of casualties going around now. As soon as we're going to move from the stage number 3 to the stage number 4, and from the stage number 4 to the stage number 5, we're going to see 4 total teams demise. From 14 all the way down to the 10 we have gone down up into. But Joker, was that an emote that he was doing? Was he emoting at the top of this mountain? But now finally he's going to shoot at the cars. He's going to make sure that the back tire is punctured, the front tire, the rest of the teams, they're also closing on. But he's not going. He's not taking the fight right there. He's still staying in the back. He's not over pushing. He's not over peaking. Krypton, M79, the smoke grenade launcher, definitely making a foul pass. Trying to hold it up, but we do have to see what's gonna happen. Krypton, so far, not making any kind of movement. EARENA, waiting, looking at them, not moving too much, but Alva getting into the car, he's getting shots, he's getting those damages, but Alva couldn't survive, gets a knockdown, but now, well, you be able to get a revive at this point. 157 meters outside of the circle. Stage number 4 is closing on, so be very careful and be very precise on your rotations.
Well, YANGON Galacticos are going to be still out on that blue edge, just holding for a little bit of something, potentially, maybe. And now, Vampire also just patiently awaiting the play coming through here from Tribe AEROMACY. You can see them just on the ridgeline, but they're not going to act on it just yet. Waiting to see if another team could maybe lend a bit of a helping hand. Alter Ego. Oh, yeah, in a world of hurt as EARENA claps back, swings on through, and with that, ships them right out of here. YANGON Galacticos now going to be feeling a very similar kind of situation come in their direction. As you can see, NC2 prepping up the utilities, getting ready to send it out. Cloud has been spotted, but fortunately does manage to miss that grenade explosion. But the push is not going to stop anytime soon. EARENA, though, they need to focus up here. They need to get their butts in zone, because once that blue claps, it claps so exceptionally hard. It is stage number 5. And you cannot afford to go out sipping on some blue juice. DRX, though, off in the distance. We saw them over on towards that western front. Going to be keeping themselves just out of reach, at least for now.
I mean, yes, from this point onward, be very careful on what you're going to do, because the top 9 it is, and EARENA having 3 eliminations, YANGON having 9, and they're finally into the fight against the Empire Esports. The situation is not looking good. The situation is not looking good whatsoever. It is 1 versus 3. YANGON has a solo, Vampire has a full trio at this point, and Romeo Boy with 18 bullets connected. He's going to reload, he's going to get it back to 40. Now going to move forward. Let's see what's going to happen, how he's going to perform it up. He's low on that HP, and on the backside from the top of the mountain, he gets that shot connected. It's over. It's over for the guy. And right with this, another team, another name with the highest number of elimination just got eliminated. EARENA still taking those fights against DRX. Says, look at those grenades going on, and look at those grenades popping off. Vampire, EARENA, both of them are making sure that there's a heavy casualty on DRX.
Yeah, well, both teams succeed in causing that, as DRX gets sent back and not a single elimination point for them to rely on. Now, it's going to be Tribe AEROMACY holding just in the ditch, waiting to see where the zone is going to take them. And it does shift a little bit further down towards the south. Fortunately, not a super aggressive shift, but it is going to be allowing for quite a bit of continuancy up on towards this northern side. Now, Tribe AEROMACY, they've not done much so far. They've rotated all the way to here and then kept quiet. Now, it's up to Vampire Esports as well as EARENA to decide their fate. Will we see Tribe AEROMACY survive beyond this stage? Only time will tell, but of course quite a few vulnerable positions further down in towards that zone across the way. A1 caught in a very difficult position here. They have to try and rotate all the way back in towards zone, but they can't help themselves. There are TALON players off in the distance. They want to score their first few eliminations for this match. So far, they only have placement points to capitalize on.
I mean, yeah, that's the only thing that they have so far to capitalize on. But A1 now coming into somewhat of a safe position. They're still like want more and more elimination, but champions, come on, you need to step up, guys. You need to step up at this point, because champion is one team that is still at the very bottom of the chart. They're getting a lot damage connected. Oh my god, barely surviving once again into the same compounds. There's definitely going to be a lot of fights happening into this particular location, as Balja healing himself, getting his health back to the 75. Can he make sure at least take down 1 or 2 of the players before absolutely getting eliminated from this match? Because the chances are very slim, but the chances are definitely there. There we go. The damage has been done from Boom Esports over to A1. That's a knock. That's a confirmation going around on the other side. Talking about Boom. Boom is still somewhat of the players are in the circle. Some of them are still outside. They still need to make and maintain their way in the circle at this point. But there we go. There we go. Boom Esports. Mastery. Nothing. No connection. But Boom. Octa. got a knock. He got a confirmation. EARENA versus Vampire is happening as well. There we go. Some knockouts, some connections, and some eliminations. Making sure that Vampire is going to have 7 eliminations to their name.
EARENA are going to walk away with 6, but now comes that play for Team AEROMACY. Are they going to look to get a little bit more active here, or will we see Vampire Esports laying into them? Of course, not the easiest rotation to commit to, but the smokes could definitely help a lot in that. Mula now going to rush back into safety. Unfortunately, at least for the time being, Vampire Esports are situated within the zone, but we'll find out in the next few moments if they will be able to kind of keep their spot, or will they have to figure out how on earth they'll have to rotate from this. A quick little bit of cheeky nade now flying in. Oh, does find quite a bit of damage, but not enough to cause a knock. The molly is also getting returned to them. So this is where Vampire Esports need to be exceptionally careful, because one false move could light you on fire just like that.
Ooh,
now it's going to be Vina trying to dance around the flames, but will not be making it out. Instead, gets confirmed. The zone is going to force their hand. They have to get out of here. They have to move further down south. But Mueller and the rest of Vampire is now starting to crumble as the pressure is just too immense. Shots coming in from across the zone. That is TALON being an absolute nuisance right here. C1 Champion Esports on that far southern side, reaching across the zone as well. Alpha, or the A1 Esports here, getting ready for a bit of a push. They want to charge forward, but I see a P90 in the hands of Champion Esports.
I do see that too. The player has a P90. It's going to be really difficult to take him down, but on the other side, he gets shot from a different direction. There we go. There's a lot of damage. A1 Esports very low, very to the last guy. It is the S12K makes it. Way gets the elimination, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another team out of the match. We're officially down into the top 4. Not even 5. Top 4 in an instant. 15 players remaining. 15 players. 4 total teams. Some are trio, some are duo. In fact, it's a trio and full squads at this point. 3 full squads and 1 trio in the midst of that. So the situation, it's definitely going to be difficult.
Yeah, quite the tough odds to try and play with here. There's a golden opportunity now for Champion Esports to maybe get a quick third-party play up onto that southern side of zone. But in the same breath, Tribe AEROMACY could also look to bounce back with quite a bit of an angle on their front. So Boom needs to be very cautious, very careful. TALON also needs to watch their backs here.
I mean, everybody needs to watch their back, don't they? At this point, there is no room for the mistakes. You make a mistake, you're going to pay with your whole team's lives. From that point on, where Champions has lost one of their players. There we go. It's a 1 knockdown. They're going to get that revive as soon as possible. Yes, they did. But Boom Esports is also going to receive the casualties going around. There's another grenade going. There we go. There we go. Boom Esports getting boomed out of almost the match, with Champions also down to the very last guy. Situation is not looking good. Situation is not looking good whatsoever. But Boom Esports, another Balja's grenade, gonna make sure that the rest of the Boom players that were knocked out, they get a fully finished off. Balja super low on that HP. He managed to do a lot of damage onto the TALON Esports player, but not enough to get those connectivities on the knockouts, on those eliminations. They're still alive. They're still into the match. And they're definitely going to heal themselves, get back to the 75, then move forward. Slowly, Tribe AEROMACY is also going to make their move. So far, it's 6 eliminations to their name, but they're not getting more and more. They're waiting. They're chill. They're making sure that the team pushes on them rather than they push on them and expose their own locations.
Well, let's see who is going to do what, as it is the final showdown. It is going to be the players here from Champion Esports with the solo, Boom with the solo, and then still the 2 full squads now looking to get themselves situated. I think this is going to be a healthy altercation coming in between Tribe AEROMACY and TALON. As you can see, a flame now cooking up the nade, looking to stay true to their own name. The shot's not making any impact whatsoever, but here comes the push. A slow, steady advance with that body bus, trying to get it up in towards the zone, bringing in that mobile coverage with it. Rig now managing to duck their way through the damage. Oh, Octa trying everything they can to get into a secure position. Fortunately, that vehicle has already gone up in smoke, so it does provide at least a little bit of a safe position for the time being. The blue zone is going to start nipping at their heels, and they don't have many options remaining. How are they going to look to play through this one? This could be the end now for Boom Esports.
This definitely can be the end for the Boom Esports, as they're just behind a single individual car. A wrong move will instantly mean that you're not going to survive. You show your face, it's going to be over for you. There's Talon Esports into the mist, coming close to the areas as well. We're seeing Delta, we're seeing Talon Flame, Johan in the area, Yoru shooting at the players, but not getting any connectivity. Come on, you need those connectivities. You need to get those action done on the players. Get those connectivities right there, because if you don't, there's definitely going to be someone at the very least that's going to do it. That's going to get those connections. But so far, it is Talon Flame that's going to get taken down. So it's boys, Erangel, the only two guys that are leaving for the Talon with 4 elimination. Slowly aggressing it up, but Boom Esports gets boomed right there and then. And now it's a 4 versus 2 situation. Is looking really good into the favor of the team AST. The situation, the chances of the win of a chicken are all facing towards this single individual team, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a winner chicken dinner as soon as I said the name, and it's none other than the Tribe AEROMACY. The way that they had the 4-man alive, I mean, it was obvious at that point.
Yeah, I mean, numbers advantage definitely does go a long way in helping to secure that victory. But what a play it was coming through from Tribe AEROMACY, walking away with their heads held high. And I mean, they seem to be what we could maybe call repeat offenders when it comes to this map, right? They are really good over on the map of Miramar. They got the previous winner chicken dinner. Well, the most points, right? They got second place. This time, they took it that extra little bit further. If you remember the previous Miramar, they were fighting against A1 for the victory. A1 came in clutch. Tribe AEROMACY had to settle for second. This time around, Tribe AEROMACY tried again, and they got it with everything available to them. 5 eliminations and 808 damage. That is what Delta did in this past game to receive the MVP award, being the GOAT with the most in our very last Miramar.
I mean, he definitely did secure that MVP with 800 damage. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 5 eliminations, 28 minutes of the survival time, but still, even this, will it be enough to get you into that top MVP rankings, into the overall, when we're going to see that? Because that's $50 individually. That is at stake for all of these players so far. But going into the match ranking, it is 21 for the Tribe AEROMACY, 11 eliminations in total, and 10 placement points. 21. Talon Esports has 10 in total, 10 for the champions, 10 for the Vampire, but 9 for the Yangon, 7 for EARENA, 6 for Boom, 5 for Alter Ego. We have 5 for the HORAA, 4 for the VOIN Donkeys. Slowly and steadily, the number is gradually dropping down. A1, BIGETRON with 2, 1 for DRX, DRS, SEM9, but RQ and Secret is not going to have a single point.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Speaking about cookies, the top 4 teams, they got their hands full of it, right? 10 points plus going their way. It's going to be a very happy day. I like the fact that the YANGON Galacticos also stepped up their performance here. I think it was about time, because they were falling behind a little bit with regards to those points. Of course, getting relegated down into 12th place with only 15 points now. Adding to that overall tally could help strengthen their overall positioning. It's not going to be enough to secure them onto the first page, though, but it will put them a lot closer. But taking a look at what we have on this page, we have some pretty contentious plays up at the top. 53 points for first and second place.
I mean, that's exactly the same amount. Just a single match difference is going to make everything or break everything for you. So be very, very precise on what you need to do at this point, because those 53 points, they can either accumulate straight to the 53, stay to there, or they can go maybe more above than 60 points. But going into the second page, we are seeing more and more drop down of the points. Just look at this. Just look at that. That starting with 24 all the way down to 7. RRQ is at the very bottom of this overall chart board. This is the post-match number 5. There's still one more match remaining. There's still hope for some of the teams to secure their placement into the first chart, and even on the second chart, maybe have a decent position at the very least where you can reside for the day number 1. Because after this, after today, you're only going to have tomorrow for the winner for the 6 matches that you're going to play for the champion slot.
Yeah, the pressure is there. I mean, it's all going to come down to that last performance, at least here for today. And in doing so, the teams will be able to alleviate a little bit of that pressure, as you said, coming into the final day of play. So, yeah, if RRQ looks to do anything here, they're going to have to find some magic because, yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there, right? If we look at what they did in the playoffs, they played a really strong game, finishing, I believe that was on 72 points. Where is that same RRQ team? We've not seen a lot coming through from their end here today, but maybe Erangel will be the game in which they decide to get back to business.
I mean, that is absolutely true. There's only one more match remaining, and everything that you're about to make or break is going to depend on this match. So how you're going to play it up, that's going to be the most crucial part for you. And because it's the Erangel, you can definitely know for sure that it's definitely going to help you a lot, as you know Erangel like the back of your hand. But ladies and gentlemen, before heading into the very final match of the day number 1, we're going to be going into a very short break. Do not go anywhere, stay with us and enjoy the highlights. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the Lidoma Asia Showdown Season number 3, the grand finals of the day number 1. It's definitely has been an amazing journey for the past 5 matches, but now we're down to our very last one for the day number 1. After this, the day number 1 will be concluded. We just witnessed the overall ranking, and out of that, the top 2 teams, they had the exact same ditto points into the overall ranking as well. So this match is going to determine 2 things. First of all, who is going to be on the very top of the leaderboard after this match? Second thing, that how aggressive are the teams going to be for the very final match of the day? Because after this, after today, there's only going to be tomorrow the 6 matches that the teams that will be playing, and the only chances that they're going to have in securing that top position, the champion title, and that $700 for themselves.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be pretty high, and I mean, so far the teams have not been disappointing at all here today. They've just been bringing it in game after game after game. But it's all going to boil down to what this last match brings, at least for today, to kind of know where these teams are moving then into tomorrow's games. I don't necessarily see too much of a change up coming through within our top 4 teams, right? That is HORAA Esports, Alter Ego, Tribe AEROMACY, and BIGETRON by Vitality. But there is still an opportunity for EARENA to catch up, as well as SEM9. DRS could also try and make a run with that, but this is where I think the teams sitting a little bit closer towards that bottom side of the first page are going to be maybe sweating a little bit, right? Because YANGON, GALACTICOS, not far behind them. DRX as well as Vampire Esports also, they're there, they're knocking on the door, and they want to come in. And if they bring it coming into this next match, we could be looking at a slightly different outcome to tomorrow's matches.
I mean, yeah, it's just the one more day for the teams, and this time around, we should be looking at our Erangel match. Oh my god, it's going to be super intense. It's going to be so good. I really want to see how that Erangel is actually going to affect the team's holdout for the players, and how many of them are actually going to go for those aggressive stances, because it's the final match. Do you believe, I have a question for you, do you believe that we're going to see the same kind of aggression that we saw into the playoffs last day, where everything was ending by the 15th minute, or no?
Let's maybe try and push it for 10. No, I'm joking. I think it could be an interesting one to see what these teams are going to be bringing out here. Realistically, I don't think it's going to take them 10 minutes to finish this up, right? Yes, they do have a beautiful flight path to kind of accompany them into this final game of the day, but you got to take into account all the different drop locations they have, right? Unless they had a group decision where everybody needs to drop in one city, I don't see this really happening, right? And I don't see them realistically talking to each other in between matches, because why would you do that, right? Instead, I think the teams are going to play the game the way that they are planning on doing it, and it is going to be, hopefully, an absolutely amazing game, just like the other 5 that we've seen.
I mean, this is just the start of the flight, and already there's Yangon going over up north, military base, to Team RRQ, SEM9, near the military base island as well. But so far, come on, no fights, not a single team going close to each other, meaning we're not going to see any kind of early fights. Maybe not. But yeah, TALON going farm. Milta City, DRS, LA1 in fact, to Shelter. There is the BIGETRON going to the Shelter and dissipating between Shelter and the south side of Yasnaya Poliana's open area, the compounds that there is. But right now, the circle is going to be formed towards the western side. Pachinki is not contested at any point in time right now in this match at the very least. DRX has decided not to go there and move towards the further end of the western areas. The Gutka, the Chopsticks. Team EARENA, yes, they have the ruins, they have the location, but it all comes down. I want to see the fights happen, but wait a second. Did A1 Esports have an offline player?
Ooh. I mean, HORAA only came in with a 3-piece as well, so this is already an interesting point for them to kind of start off with. As you can see, Team AEROMACY off in the distance there, trying to just get the heck out of Dodge, as they are going to try and play a little bit further up north. Maybe not going to go up into Savoni, because that is where we have VOIN Donkey. So they want to maybe opt for, I'd say, potentially Asnaya Poliana, or they're going to go for those compounds just to the west of Stalba, over on the foot of the mountain. But we'll find out pretty soon where these teams are going to take the fight towards, as we do have TALON very spread out in and around the farm area. DRS also not too far over towards that eastern bridge. So I want to see if there's going to be a little bit of a challenge coming through here from either side.
Yeah, that is true. We do have to see if there's any challenge going to be coming for any of the teams at this point, because this is the final one. But whoa. You good? You good, bro? You good, both of you? But there we go. Big Papa was instantly denied even the exit. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. He's just ramming down the car. The rest of the party comes in, gangs up on him, gets him down. It's a knock, and it will be a finisher sooner or later. But I do love, as soon as he gets knocked out, there was the firebolt right on his face as well. He received that damage. So they're here for that aggression.
Yeah, aggression is going to be what we like to see for the remainder of this match. Now, TALON, again, as I mentioned, one of those teams that don't necessarily have to stress about anybody rushing up on towards them. But I think the aim here is going to be for the teams to finish with as many points as they can muster, because it will make tomorrow a whole lot easier for them. I mean, HORAA Esports and Alter Ego, I don't see them stressing, at least not for today. It's going to be up to what BIGETRON by Vitality and, of course, Team AEROMACY are going to be bringing in here, because AEROMACY only 4 points away from catching up to HORAA and Alter Ego. So there is a little bit of an opportunity there for a change with regards to who is sitting at the top of the board come end of day. The rest of the teams a little bit further down the board: Vampire, Boom, Alpha 7, VOIN Donkey, RRQ. This is that opportunity, the final chance here today to make enough of an impact to these overall standings. And realistically, there's still a chance.
There definitely is a still chance, but so far, I don't know why the players are not going for the aggressive stances. Yes, DRX lost one of their players to EARENA at early stages, but aside from that, everybody else, just look at them. They're just chill. They're just waiting for the thing, like, okay, we're gonna get the arsenal, we're gonna get some more loot, slowly, steadily, we're gonna win it over each and every one of those scenarios that are about to be into the play. But 5 minutes have passed, and only one player, individual player at the early stages, got eliminated. So far, it is DRS Gaming into the front lines. There's Samza, there's Chad Claude. He's onto the back lines. He's the only guy with the car so far, and the two players, for some reason, they're just crossing the bridge on foot. Even though you know you don't need to go towards the other side of the bridge, they're still crossing it for some reason. Boom Esports, outskirts of the Pachinki, they are like rotating their car from one direction to another and hoping to find someone into the long premises. But no luck. Everybody is either super well hidden or not even in a major city.
Yeah, they've all engaged that stealth mode, right? And I mean, they need to teach me how, because I also would like to use a bit of a stealth mode approach. For now, it is going to be Boom Esports just patrolling the perimeter here, looking to see if anybody has dared step into their area. And of course, speaking about areas, Alpha 7, they have this whole entirety of North George to themselves, right? Nobody else dropped here. So I want to see, are they going to maybe move down to South George, go into the container yard, or are they going to full send it down into that southern position of the zone? Meanwhile, it's going to be YANGON Galacticos now rotating further down south. Interesting decision. And of course, this makes sense now. DRS being the gatekeepers to this bridge, allowing access or denying access to the main island.
And that's what I love the most. DRS denying the exit, denying the entry to the main island. But the way that they have given out the locations to the players, but also got the 2 eliminations, it's a good start. It's a very wonderful start for the DRS, but they have to continue this momentum for a tad bit longer bit of time if they want to like make the most out of it. So far, what we are seeing here is the bridge camp. It's straight up the bridge camp, the bridge holding going on, and sometimes being in the very centralized position. Imagine a car coming from the very top speed and just instantly getting him down, and the rest of the players actually just surviving for that point in time as well. But RQ, they're also close to the YANGON Galacticos, and they're at the military base island. Come on, this is the time. This is the moment. You have to step up. RQ pushing on towards the YANGON Galacticos. They're chasing the player down, but the main question still remains. Are you going to be able to chase him till the end of the year, till his fuel runs out, or you're just going to give up and go back to your own rotation?
It seems like YANGON might have opted or maybe considered rotating across the bridge, but it turns out this is now just a big old cat and mouse game. As we can see, they're just chasing each other around. No one really finding any clear, decisive plays. Of course, opting for the western bridge, I think, would have been a slightly big-brained play here, because there is nobody currently opposing the bridge, right? You can still comfortably rotate up onto it. Getting to the other side, that's a whole different story. But essentially, there is one way to get off this military island without taking too much damage, because DRS, they were also occupying that eastern bridge. Fortunately, DRS decided that they've had enough, and they're now going to continue to move elsewhere. RRQ, though, they found the play onto YANGON. Let's see whether or not they are going to be able to wrap this one out. Quick cheeky molly through the window is not going to be enough to find Master Smile, though. But up comes the reinforcements. Maybe YANGON can still clutch this one out and then rotate to zone.
I mean, you have to do something. You have to do something. But wait a second. That's a lot of casualties just waiting at the proximity of the quarry region. But YANGON Galacticos finally getting a knockdown on towards the Team RQ's players. The rest of the 3 players are actually into the same particular location, but we're not seeing any kind of over-aggression from the side. We're not seeing any kind of over-pushing from YANGON, as the YANGON is down to the last guy. He's going to make sure that he gets the eliminations rather than being aggressed upon or aggressing on the team members on the enemy side, where there is also the chance that he might actually get eliminated. But he has some decent number of healings, 10 bandages, 1 first aid, and the position that he has put himself into, I think he's going to be spottable. He's definitely going to be spottable. There's definitely going to be people looking at him. Be very careful on what you're going to do, as 3-4 players of the RQ are actually going to the same direction that they came from. They're like, okay, we're done. Let's go back to the zone. And YANGON now without a car. Does he have a car? Does he have a vehicle? Because I don't think he does. He's without a vehicle, and he has to move on foot now from this point onward.
Fortunately, it's only stage 2, so it's not going to cause too much of an issue for a very, very delayed rotation into the zone. It's all going to matter whether or not they can actually find a vehicle and get their butts going before the zone starts to close, because then it is going to be more and more challenging to not only survive the blue damage, but also get into zone and not instantly get sent away when somebody coughs in your direction. But here we go, though, as HORAA are going to be setting up towards the northern side of zone, not quite moving up on towards Everest. Partially because Everest is not really in play, but there is a little piece of the mountain that they can get themselves situated on. RRQ now still coming through with that mad dash as they are pushing further and further onwards. Also, Alter Ego just about to gain their entry into the zone, rotating past Pachinki here. But look at the position. Look at where we're going. This zone is going to go out into the fields, and this is again going to be a very exciting zone to finish the day on.
I mean, this definitely is going to be a very exciting circle. Northern, northwestern shift, going around, and every single one of the team is residing there. We can see 18 teams, in fact 16 teams joining into the lobby, and with this now, slow and steadily, we're seeing the players are moving forward. The Arena is one of the teams that are pushing forward towards the sides, and there is the possibility, there is the chance of the fight actually commencing on. They're looking, the RX is actually looking. VOIN Donkeys is there as well, but Nia, are you going to be able to get a knockdown as A1 versus DRX? It happened. Vampire versus EARENA happened. There's a lot of casualties going around, and DK, this final match is actually going to go very insane because of the circle that has just shifted toward the northwestern side and the amount of players that are still alive. I think it's a full lobby that we're still seeing alive.
Yeah, pretty much. Right, well, we got 16 teams in here from what we can see there, as we've had a pretty tough start to the game. But now, let's see who's going to go where. Right, a lot of damage has been dealt. Talon now trying to avoid the damage getting sent in their direction, but this could also then result in them pushing up on Vampire Esports, who, as we can see, are parked down below. Yeah, who worries about parking? Just leave your vehicles up on the roof. Get out while you can. Vampires now going to run. 20 points is what they had coming into this match. Talon just ever so slightly ahead of them with regards to those points, but this could now be the points getting locked in and sucked up by the Vampire Esports squad themselves. One elimination up. They have found that knock. The hovercraft is going to make pushing through the water considerably more comfortable. But here we go. A flame quickly setting out the utilities, trying to put up some cover. But now the send is there. The grenade is going to connect on through. And this is now Talon having to hold over the full two-piece here as Vampires continue with their assault on the building.
It's an assault. We're going around. There we go. Talon, the last guy, is surviving. He's going to get one down. Almost the second one. There he goes. He gets the second one, but on the reload he goes. And that's the end of the Talon Esports. Vampire getting the 4, but with no casualties is a great jump, and a great start whatsoever we're seeing for this team. BIGETRON by Vitality so far on our screen as well. Slowly approaching the situation outside of the circle now that they are so far. Be very careful on where you're going to enter because situations, the locations, it's not working out for majority of the time. Vampire Esports is finally going to be taken down by EARENA as they're pushing. And to the last guy, Meala, there is no hope. There is no chance that I can say. Look at those, the grenades, the sprays that actually came. It's 5 eliminations for EARENA in total so far. Finally, Vampire's guy is going to get into the hovercraft. He's going to move away. He's going to get out. But that's the biggest mistake that he's going to face, that he's going to do. And in an instant, it's over for the Vampire Esports.
It might also be over for DRS. You can see Zem9 getting ready for full-on assault. RRQ thought they could come up and sneak a cheeky play, but also now having to pay the price here for trying to rush over the ridge. We do say goodbye to YANGON GALACTICOS as they are not going to be able to survive any further in the zone. BTR, though, are going to come through with their approach as they rush on in, looking to see if they can maybe find a few of those runovers. But now Federal comes in, closes it out, and that is it. DRS right out of here.
Beautiful gameplay going around. It's going so insane, absolutely insane at this point. Everybody wants a piece of another one. AEROMACY. Alter Ego's in the back line. Front line, there is another team, but HORAA Esports versus Alter Ego. Wait a second, that's a lot of damage going on. That's a third party commencing at this particular location. HORAA Esports getting finished off by AEROMACY's a player. No way, no way. Delta, what have you done even at this long range vicinity? He manages to get that elimination connected on the player. Now Alter Ego going for the revive, but this is stage number 4. You have to take your player, get him suited up into the car, and then move. move to the next phase of the circle, get that revival over there, because if you don't, that's a lot of damage coming on for you and for your team member as well. So be very careful on where you're pushing. Alva out in the open behind the haystacks, hay bales. Not finding anyone, but Boom Esports coming from the back. There is a possibility that Boom Esports might get eliminated there. The player, at the very least, get absolutely decimated because he has no idea. He's not even the slightest of idea where the players are. Alter Ego, Rosemary versus Boom. It happened. Boom Esports, Yummy Johan with a grenade. Actually, he's going to take down one player, but Alter Egos are the one that's going to be taken out by the hand of Sim9. Wait a second, that's a third party and a fourth party going on straight up. Sim9 also gets obliterated somewhat by the team RRQ.
Yeah, this has gone from a party to a festival, as you can see. RRQ, Boom, all now just in the hot mess, which is going to be that western side of zone. I'm curious to see what Sim9 is going to be doing there, as they've now just rolled up, looking to close on through. Boom, right there alongside them, and of course Team AEROMACY also holding it nice and steady. We did take a quick glance over towards that eastern side where we saw Alpha 7 trying to reach across the zone, trying to bring in a little bit of damage here. Looking to see if they can convert any of that into additional points. But now, for the time being, it's going to be Sim9 waiting for Boom Esports to make their play. Ooh, up comes the Sen here. Zero up on the front line. This could be the play now. Manpa getting hit by the off-angle positioning coming through from Team AEROMACY, and it is absolute chaos. Now there's going to be a jump straight into the lobby here, as Manpa is not able to hold on. Boom coming in super clutch, but Sim9 will make it out in 9th place. Now we head into placement point territory. Now Trix still having a great opportunity here to get a quick and easy finish onto the side of Boom Esports. But look at this, up comes the car. Not going to full send it out just yet, but they are going to be riding the ridge here. Riggs needs to be very cautious, but this is now that available opportunity. Octa, ooh, pops off the hit, and down they go. And that is almost the end of the story now for Boom. The numbers starting to dwindle. Not quite sure how they're going to survive Tribe AEROMACY's assault on them.
Oh, and there we go. Boom, out of the match. As Tribe AEROMACY finally pushes them up and gets them eliminated head on. But there's a lot of more casualties coming around into the way. There will be a lot more to come, a lot more to be played. As you can see so far, BIGETRON by Vitality so far moving forward. There's another team. There's not just one, but different teams into the area, into the proximity. But Fedralis not making any kind of overturning moves that can actually hinder his or his team members' performance. He's making sure to get it calm, to do it calmly, composedly. Fedralis staying in the back lines, not over pushing, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Not over pushing is a good thing. But at this point, you're down to the top 7 teams. Tribe AEROMACY has already secured the top position once again. In fact, they have taken down HORAA, Alter Ego, both of the players, and One Donkey's also getting the fight with the Tribe AEROMACY, as Tribe AEROMACY gets another one for themselves. That's another knock, but will it be a connective? Will it be a confirmation? Will it be the 7th elimination for the Tribe AEROMACY? As EARENA, right on our screen, they're moving to A1 Esports.
Well, let's see whether or not they'll survive. So far, the answer is a possible maybe no, as we see Tony K getting taken right on down. Now it's up to Joker, looking to see if they can carry the torch and hold up that representation for their squad. The answer, of course, is going to be a very swift no if Sinister had any say in that. And, of course, that is what we saw happening. But now BTR are going to be the next squad looking for their slice of action as they are riding on the ridge and just poking into the side of A1 Esports.
They definitely are. They are poking everywhere. I mean, everybody is right now trying to poke something, trying to get some of the players to like actually over push on them, to take them lightly, and that's where they're gonna start to shoot at them, get them taken down as well. But right now, so far on our screen, BIGETRON once again with the 4 eliminations to their number, not making any kind of moves, staying into the back line. The circle's not there with them anymore. One thing I can say for sure is the circle's definitely going to be the biggest threat for all of these players. As soon as they're going to try to move inside of that circle at this much into the open, the rest of the teams, everybody into the surroundings, there's 4 right now. One team move, the rest 3 teams will be shooting at those individual teams.
Well, let's see whether or not those 3 teams can get the job done, as it is a triangle of despair that we are going to be looking at here. Who will be the one to walk away victorious? We don't quite know just yet. But A1 and BTR are going to be focusing in on each other. And I think this is a golden opportunity for the side of DRX to pick up whoever remains. But now Bumblebee riding the ridge. Ooh. Already lose their one teammate. Razy is down and out. Kent now rushing up in a smoking vehicle. Not the best way to get into zone, but if you have no other choice, you gotta try and try. Kent getting picked up and blown to pieces. Federal are gonna be the last one left to hold their name in this game. But there we go. The shots from Alpha 7 now doing quite a bit of damage all the way across the zone. Alpha 7 coming in with a different strategy this time around. Going to be looking to play a little bit more of the quiet game. They are the team to try and pick up whoever they can spot, and doing so makes this whole Western Front quite difficult to play on.
I mean, that is absolutely true. It's quite difficult right now to play on in this area, but there we go. Try AEROMACY's grenade. One Donkey's in the front lines. Getting shot with those grenades, but at the same time, try AEROMACY's Gante. He's low. He's knocked out. There is no hope for this guy to get the revive. The survival is really looking grim at this point, but Trix, come on, you need to push, you need to go forward, get those elimination numbers for yourself. That's the 12th elimination that the Tribe is going to have for the whole team. In the front line, they come, take the fight. It is at one Donkeys, the last guy. The grenade is being thrown. It might do a decent number of damage, but Trix's own player, Giante, became a shield, a human shield for the guy. Amazing job, and gave enough momentum, just enough momentum for the players to actually get those shots connected, get that shot resetted up on the players, and finally made a connection. It's Tribe AEROMACY still alive with a solo player, 13 elimination, a great number. DRX with the duo right there, and then 1 elimination, and Alpha 7 with the highest probability of securing a winner chicken dinner as a trio. Now let's see what's going to happen for this top 3.
Some pretty tough performances. Now it's going to be down to those final plays to have this match be decided. Alpha 7 looking pretty strong here. They have a 3-piece and 5 eliminations. However, Tribe AEROMACY, 13 eliminations, but they've got a solo. So the odds are not looking all too favorable at this point. But for the time being, DRX are going to be distracting Alpha 7 here, pulling all their focus, and that opens up the opportunity for Trix now to just catch a bit of their breath here, get a good read on the zone, make their play, and figure out how they're going to get into that top 2. For the time being, Alpha 7 not going to look to overextend. They want to see if they can potentially maybe just lure out or bait out DRX so they can finish them up and then turn their focus onto the final player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner.
I mean, it's just the final top 3, ladies and gentlemen. 1 versus 2 versus 3. It's a counting 1, 2, 3. Who's gonna be on the top after this? So be very careful of all of these teams. Tribe AEROMACY especially, because the 13 amount of eliminations that they have, if they're not in the top 2, they're not going to matter that much. Yes, you will only lose 1 decent number of points, but even that 1 point is enough to make or break the whole momentum of the next day's game. You need to secure as much points as you can throughout this whole thing. But so far, Mafioso, not over pushing, not pushing towards the enemies or any of the team so far. Tribe AEROMACY Trix also coming from a different direction, slowly approaching the situation as DRX versus the Alpha 7. They're up against each other, but Trix is like, okay, let me in on the action. But no, you're not gonna find anyone by just jumping around.
I mean, I like this from Trix. Feeling a little bit lonely up on the northern side of zones, like, oh, but I also want to be part of the fight. Let me contribute. So I'm curious as to whether or not Trix is going to find any potential third-party plays. I mean, it would be mind-blowing if that was to happen. I'm not going to cancel that out just yet, right? Because it can go in any direction at this point. It's all going to rely on what happens between Alpha 7 and DRX right about now. But Setup is going to be keeping a nice, cautious position up on that ridge line. So it's not going to be too easy for Trix to get a jump on the rest of the lobby. But look at Mafioso, though. Waking up, spotting Nia, takes them down. And there is now just one player left on the side of DRX. There's going to be a full send there by Squash Brew, trying to just inch their way a little bit closer. Trix has been spotted, so the element of surprise is no longer in their favor. But here we go. Alpha 7 getting ready for the charge. They know that stage 9 is imminent. It is about to hit, and they're going to try and secure the game even before we get there.
There we go. There we have it. Alpha 7. Winner chicken dinner. A great start, at least to a great end that they managed to secure. But winner chicken dinner alone is not going to be enough for you. You need to focus on your elimination points from this point onward as well, because you only have one more day. You only have 6 more matches to be played up from tomorrow's onward. So if you're not careful enough in your momentum on how much points you need in each match, you're just going to be hurting yourself. Even with the winner chicken dinner, you're not going to be able to survive for into the top 5, maybe even, or be even the champions, because the champion being the champion, that's the goal for every single one of the team. It's the bragging rights for Lidoma Asia Showdown season number 3 champions. That $700, it's just a bonus part. It's just a motivational bonus part for the teams to perform with their absolute maximum. But MVP goes to Trix. Another one again. Tribe AEROMACY. Trix. This is the second time back to back that we have seen this guy.
Yeah, I mean, Trix knows all the tricks, right? It's pretty evident.
Yeah.
Getting that MVP back to back. And I guess there's something in the survivability that Trix has shown. And of course, Tribe AEROMACY doing a phenomenal job right here. 7 eliminations from just one of their players, nearly getting to 900 damage. Very impressive indeed. But they do also then secure themselves the top spot in this game, coming through with a glorious 21 points again, right? So a strong finish here for them. The previous game, the previous time that we saw them, 21 points on board. Now 21 points on board. It seems like there's a bit of a pattern coming through here for Tribe AEROMACY. I think it's safe to say that they are making a very aggressive push to get themselves very well secured on the overall standings. But you also got to commend what Alpha 7 did here, right? 16 points and that winner chicken dinner. It could be enough to maybe move them up onto the first page. I'm not quite sure if that has happened. We'll see. Yes, there they go. 32 points, 5 slots that they've moved up. Tribe AEROMACY, though, they are going to be sitting up at the top, grinning like it is no one's business, because they have 70 points, 15 points ahead of second and third place.
Oh my god, 15 points of a difference, ladies and gentlemen, right here from number 1, number 2, and number 3. That's a very, very large number. Yeah, still possible with the one winner chicken dinner. The amount of game style that these players have been playing, in fact, I do believe so that, okay, it's still going to be somewhat possible for these teams to actually accomplish this with just a chicken dinner. But the bottom lines, the 4th, 5th, in fact, from the 6th onward, because they still have 34, that's less than half the points of more than half the points of the top. You need more than half the points of the 4th for the number 1 placement. But so far, going into the second page, 29 total points for DRX. They also climbed up some placements, some places into the overall leaderboard. Talon is going to lose 2. YANGON is going to lose 2. 1 for Vampires and 1 for Boom Esports. The rest of the teams, they are sticking together. They are staying into the same chart where they were before. But RRQ, there we go. Finally, one climb up from the very bottom to the second last bottom.
Yeah, I mean, up is up, right? Maybe not as up as they would have wanted to, but up is up. And speaking about up on the MVP rankings, we are going to be looking at Rosemary, No Fear, Sky, and Trix. Trix can be through with that consistency, and that is what has allowed Trix to sneak on through into the top 4. So well played to our top 4 performances here. But you got to give it up to HORAA, right? 2 players, No Fear and Sky, are going to be secured within that list. And of course, taking a look at who got the chickens. There's no repeat team here today. We got DRX, HORAA Esports, A1 Esports. Then, of course, we had Sem9, Tribe AEROMACY, and Alpha 7. The chicken dinner that we just witnessed. Beautiful execution that we had on their end. But man, what a day, though.
What a day it was. Absolutely. 6 matches and not a single duplicate for the winner chicken dinner. I just love this. As long as this kind of gameplay is happening, we're not seeing any duplicates in matches in a single day for the winner chicken dinner. I'm happy because everybody's contributing something. Everybody's trying to do something, whether it's helping them to get on the top or not. That solely depends on their performance. But yes, everybody's trying to contribute. Everybody's getting some decent number of points. And we have seen that firsthand into the overall chart leaderboard. Meaning tomorrow is going to be very intense, especially for the top line teams, the top 3 in fact, and all those second pages.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is going to be exceptionally high. And I mean, if today is anything to go on, tomorrow I'm bringing my seatbelt in. I'm going to be sure to wear a helmet as well because it's going to be a very, very bumpy ride. I don't want to fall out of my seat and get injured along the way. But yeah, these teams, I want to see them come in tomorrow. But I also want to see the teams that are in a potential spot to contest for the top 5 to really bring the heat tomorrow, right? Because as we know, the prize pool spreads only to 5th place. So there's going to be some pretty tough competition for these squads to go up against. And as we know, they are all very capable of that. They've shown it in the playoffs. They've shown it in the last chance. Now they need to show it on the final day in the grand finals.
Yep, this performance has to be shown into the final day. You have to continue your performance into even the final day as well if you want to secure that top position. I'm talking about the top 3 placements right now. Tribe AEROMACY, there's Alter Egos, there's a HORAA. Be very careful tomorrow because everybody's going to be kill hungry. Everybody's going to be elimination hungry. So pack your seatbelts, pack your armor, pack your helmet, get your guns, and make sure that you guys, even you guys, tune in tomorrow for the same time. The final action of the Lidoma Asia season number 3, as we will be knowing who's going to be our champions tomorrow. Day number 1 of the grand final is done. Day number 2 to go. And tomorrow we will have the prize pool distribution. We will have the champions. We will have the MVP, who was the most contributing player throughout this whole season, throughout this whole 2 days of action of the grand finals. But for that action to occur, we actually have to take our leave today. For today's 6 matches, it is done and dusted. We will see you tomorrow, the same time, same place, with the same action and energy of the casters. See you tomorrow. Until then, have a beautiful day.